Good morning, it's 8 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Dubai is helping businesses with new economic measures. Hotels and companies can defer government fees for 3 months. The relief starts on April 1st, 2026 and covers hotel sales fees, tourism dirham, license amendments, businesses name, premiums and the waste management charges. Both new and renewing licenses are included. Officials say the move will ease short-term costs and support long-term growth. Dubai continues to strengthen its position as a global business hub. More than 2,700 new companies joined the Dubai Chamber of Commerce last month. Data reported by the Emirates News Agency shows strong growth across key sectors. Real estate and business service led the list, accounting for over 40% of new members. They were followed by trading, services, and construction. The rise in new businesses reflects a growing investor confidence in Dubai's economic and business environment. Officials say the emirate continues to attract companies with its infrastructure, global connectivity, and pro-business policies. Oil prices are rising sharply in global markets. U.S. crude, known as WTI, has climbed to around $114 a barrel today. Brent crude is trading near $111. The jump is linked to the growing geopolitical tensions and concerns over oil prices. The analysts say that the market is reacting to uncertainty as traders worried about further escalation. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Start your business day right. Morning Drive with Tim Elliott on Mira Business FM.
Good morning, welcome to the Morning Drive. This is Mira Business FM, and coming up, Scale or Fail, another edition of our podcast spectacular, and this time it's the unexpected story behind a new soda brand, fizzy drinks, but with a difference. That's next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
On Scale or Fail today at Mira Business FM, this time from a simple family moment to a fully fledged business idea. So today's story is all about spotting opportunity in everyday life. When a UAE restaurateur noticed her kids reaching for sugary drinks, it's a problem for many people, I think. She decided to create something better instead of just saying no. So joining us once again, 3, 4, 5 months ago, I think, Lourdes Adelia Evertse is the founder of Drippy. That's the drink name. And she's also the managing director of Spice Grill, along with her 2 sons, Theon, who is apparently distance learning, and Kyla is alongside me. The sons are chief soda officers. That's the story. Lourdes, first of all, lovely to see you.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you for having me again.
You're welcome. It's good to have you back. And Kyla, good to meet you. Hello. Liverpool shirt, so you're going to be fine. You and I are going to get along, so that's okay. You're a chief soda officer. Lourdes, I'm going to start with you. We talked about this before, and when you were talking about the restaurant before and your journey, because let's be polite, you are a serial entrepreneur. You go after something, you go and get it. And you were talking about your next steps. You were about to go and see, I think, a distributor. But let's just jump back to when you realised that the drink thing could be a business and not just like a family idea.
Yeah, because when I started conceptualizing Drippy, I see the gap in the market. I've seen most of the parents' problem because when I thought about creating this, I actually did a survey question, like a little survey question, and I sent it to the parents group in WhatsApp. I did that part. So I said, if there will be a healthier alternative soda, would you give it to your kids? And I'm surprised with the answer of most of the parents in the WhatsApp group. And they said, yes, we're willing to try. So for me, that was an eye-opener that, okay, I'm not the only one who had this problem. And then after that, I did a focus group discussion in the restaurant at Spice Grill. I invited few moms with their kids are on the different age bracket of my target market between 7 to 13. And then I had a sample and then we had a discussion and I'm surprised that they actually like it. They're not all my friends. I invited different people. So, a genuine response from them. So that's when I decided to, I need to keep going. I need to keep pushing for it because it's a problem that no one is looking after because, it's a very small market, but there's a problem in it, and no one is touching it. So for me, I was like, okay, let me start small. There's no harm. This is when I met you before, and I said, yeah, I'm going to speak with a factory in Oman, and maybe I could do it there. But, things didn't work out. Okay,
so that didn't happen, but you're still, the idea is still there. You've launched smaller, haven't you?
Yeah. So what happened is I keep having a rejection from factory here because of high MOQ and with the pricing. And then one day I thought about, you know what, let me do a small scale. Let me try the drinks in the restaurant because I have a real consumer. I have a real guest already. I have kids, parents, families who's coming there. Why not try to test the market? So I even bought a can sealing machine, put it in the restaurant, and then we're doing it in a small scale, and then we're selling it. So I can get the real feedback from the guest, from the consumer, with different nationality, with different age bracket. And honestly, for the first week, I'm receiving a good feedback. So, let me build the brand first.
Okay, so you're going to do this in the restaurant. You've got, how many restaurants have you got now?
3.
You've got 3 restaurants now. So there's a mini distribution center, I suppose, testing ground, if you like. But why did you, this is the thing. Okay, so you saw an opportunity there and you don't want your children drinking, too many sugary drinks. I get that as a parent, but most people don't go, right, opportunity, limit what the kids drink. I'm going to launch a soda brand. I want to be the next Coca-Cola or whatever. Most people don't do that.
Yeah, because maybe people are afraid of trying, or people
Okay.
don't want to be a David and Goliath scenario. But for me, it's about you cannot limit the kids. I cannot be a parent who always say no. Why not give a better, healthier alternative? I'm not saying it's a juice. I'm saying it's an alternative because there will be a moment wherein the kids will just go to the grocery or the kids will go to the party and they will just grab it. Might as well build something wherein it's easier for them. I mean, as a parents, it's much easier for you to say yes.
It is, and it's the parent thing is the difficult thing, isn't it? Because you don't want your kids to be left out because lots of their friends are drinking these drinks, but you don't want them to drink too many. But denying them creates, I'm going to do this behind your back kind of thing as well. So, no, I get where you are. Let me ask Kyla. You are one of your mum's chief soda officers. It's quite a good name, actually, a CSO. I quite like that. What do you think of the drinks? What is it about the drinks that you like being involved in? Is it just flavors? Is it just the excitement?
Like how you like taste test it.
Okay. Tell me about taste testing. What do you do? Do you sit? Is it like a laboratory where you're
No, it's just at home in the
mixing?
beginning. I'm
You're
mixing.
just at home,
Yeah.
right.
She like mixes stuff and then we try to like approve it.
What are you looking for when you taste them? What kinds of tastes do you want?
Like fizzy, like kind of sweet but not too sweet. And like,
Fruit flavors?
yeah.
Okay. What kinds of flavors have you got, Lourdes?
So what we have is the cola rush, and then we have the orange blast, and we have the citrus twist. So technically, that big three flavors, I just try to do it in a kid's version with no caffeine, no added sugar, and with vitamin C. That's the goal.
Okay, and you can do that at home easily if you've got a
I have-
carbonating.
Yeah, the formulation, our special recipe, and then we just do it. We just do it in the restaurant. Have the carbonated water, and then we have the can sealing machine.
It's very cool. Actually, I like it. So, what's the reaction been like in the restaurant? Because if I'm at the counter, for example, and I'm placing my order, and there's the fridge there, or the drinks are on the menu.
No, what
I'm
happened?
not distinguishing between the big brands and your brand. I just see like a cola alternative. It's kind of likely I'm going to give it a go.
Yeah,
I suppose.
just surprisingly, most of the feedback from the parents and the kids is the similar taste with the other brand. It's just the content on it. So now, I mean, I'm receiving orders inside the restaurant from the guests. So technically, yeah.
How have you adapted? The thing about your carbonated drinks is that they're generally quite sweet. That's very attractive. It's for your palate. You enjoy it. You get refreshment from it. But how do you get rid of I don't know how many spoons of sugar there are in most of these drinks, but it's certainly
So we
double
use-
figures.
Yeah, but what we use is we use another sweetener, which is not a sugar. So yes, so it can really taste the similar taste of the others. Because bear in mind that for kids, compare with the big brands, what's the goal is for them, it's just the flavor and fizz. That's it. They don't care about the others because as long as the preteens and children taste the taste of, for example, the cola, as long as you meet 50%, 60% of the taste, and then the fizziness, then it's already a product.
Okay. This is a hugely competitive market.
Yeah.
There are some big players.
Yes.
I always think if you want to go to somewhere really remote, you have to find somewhere that doesn't sell Coca-Cola on this planet, and there aren't many places left. So I mean, clearly it's really competitive. You've had a few setbacks doing this. You kind of moderated your ideas. How do you handle the setbacks when you go and say this company in Oman, for example, that you wanted to do the manufacturing with, and it didn't work out for whatever reason? How do you handle that? How do you approach it?
As a human being, of course, it's normal to feel disappointed. But disappointment is part of the journey. But it's about getting back on your feet. So for me, okay, I got disappointed. I stand again and keep searching, keep thinking, what's next? How can I do better? What angle can I do? And that's when I realized of, finding a local manufacturer here. Yes, it didn't work again. Okay, then, there's another way of doing it in-house. And you'll never know how this brand can grow, because most of the people, I've realized that it's always about the story, how you build your brand and the company. And I'm hoping one day that a big manufacturer will notice me. Then, I can have a distribution partner and stuff. So, I'm hopeful. For me now, it's about starting small, be authentic on what we are building. And then later on, hopefully it will be big.
It's so about the story. You're so right if you can get that right, but also if you can tell the truth in that. If you are authentic with that story, that's so important. It's a tough time to launch something like this, isn't it? When did we speak? It was about November last year. I think we were talking about the restaurant, Spice Grill, and now you're doing something else. What's it like launching something at a time like now? Because, confidence is not in oversupply, is it? Because there's so much uncertainty.
Yeah, when I launched Spice Girl, it was during COVID also. And I think I have that thing.
You've got that mentality now. Launch when it's hard.
Yes, because you don't start when it's easy. You launch when it's hard. You build the brand. You build your following. You build, the community. And once things are easy, then you expand. Then you scale. That's my goal. Because in the end, when starting a business, no one knows about Drippy, but then you start people to buy into, what actually you're building.
Who thought of the name Drippy, by the way? Where does that come from? Is that Kyla? Was that you? That was really you. So this is your name.
He owns the trademark then.
You've trademarked the name Drippy. Okay. Do you think, Kyla, can I ask you this seriously? How old? You're 9, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you're 9. So you're a chief soda officer at the moment. You're the youngest person we've interviewed on this channel in this segment. In fact, I think you're the youngest person we've interviewed. Full stop. To be honest,
That's good to know.
so you hold a record as of today. So you can wear that. But could you see yourself doing this as a career after playing for Liverpool Football Club? That is. Could it be a career for you? Could this be something that you do for your living, to make your money?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think, are you seriously thinking about taking the crown from your mother? You get her out and then you just take the business to the next level?
Actually, he's doing selling his special drink and lemonade in the park, by the way.
Okay. So that's where all this comes from. It's the thing that really gets me about this. I love the idea of it, and I think your policy, your kind of style of going back to the restaurant and using that as a launchpad, that makes a lot of sense. But how are you going to take this forward and get Drippy to stand out? What plans have you got in that way?
For currently, like what I've said earlier, is more on the brand building, and later on, of course, I will pitch it to get a funding for this brand, to scale it in a bigger one, because of course I cannot do it alone. It has to be, I need to go to the next level.
Yeah.
But what I'm doing is I'm building the credibility of the brand first, and getting the story right, getting the taste right, getting the real feedback from the real consumer. And time will come that I can scale this, and I believe in myself because I put it in my head, and that's the vision.
What does it cost for a can of Drippy?
As of now, we sell it in. As of now, we sell it in the restaurant. So the cost is 10 dirhams.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right then. Long term, obviously, that will have to change.
That one will be dropped when you do the scale production and things.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess that your background is all restaurant industry, isn't it? Certainly in more recent years. How did that help with the drinks brand?
No, I think it helped me in a way to shape my idea of doing the testing, and also knowing that, okay, I have restaurant background, but this is a drinks business. This is a distribution business, but it's more on all the lessons that I've learned from before. I can apply it moving forward on how to, make Drippy goes big.
It's the name that gets me. I actually think that could work. When did you think to yourself, because, this is like a home thing. This is, I don't want my kids having too much sugar. What can I do about this? All of a sudden it comes together and you have an idea. When did you know that, and serious question here, because you're not messing about with this. This is something that you believe in, and there's potentially there's real good in it. When did you think to yourself, actually, this could work?
Actually, the way how it's really started it is I'm going to adapt it when I started doing my triathlon training. I was cycling in Al Qudra for 3 hours, and I told myself, what's the next business that I want to do? I want to solve a problem. And I keep thinking, my 3 hours ride, you're on your headspace. So I keep thinking. And then I was like, hold on, my kids, they love soda. They always like when they go to the grocery, they will grab the soda. When we go to the restaurant, Mommy, can I have a Cola Zero here and there? So I was like reminiscing and thinking back. And I was like, no, this could be a moment because I'm solving a real problem here. Then it backed up with the real answers from the parents from my survey, whether if there will be a healthier alternative soda, will you willing to give it to your kids? And majority of the parents' answer are yes. Then when I did the focus group discussion and they tried the taste, then there was a positive review. So that was the moment that, you know what, I can really do this as a business. It's just, let's start it small and then let's scale it later. Because there's no big company who started big already. There's big companies, if you look back how they started, they also face all the struggle. They also face all uncertainty in the beginning. But the good thing is they never stop. And same with me, I will not stop.
No, I know. I'm ever so slightly frightened when you come in because you're so dedicated. I remember you saying actually, I'd forgotten until that point, but you use your sort of bike rides and the triathlons. Because you've got to occupy your mind, otherwise the pain takes over, doesn't it, I suppose? But you use that to sort of crystallize ideas. And everything, you're right, the biggest of the big brands began with just an idea. And
it's about trying. It's about giving it a try. It's okay if you fail, no problem, because there is no successful people who are successful already in the beginning. They fail, they feel the uncertainty, how many rejection, how many even friends and family don't support. But you don't stop, you don't give up until you reach to that goal. And I'm fortunate enough because my kids at a young age, I'm exposing them to entrepreneur because when they grow up, I want them to be entrepreneur.
Yeah, you want to instill some sort of mindset, don't you, I suppose. And sometimes you have to fail upwards. So if you think the ideas are great, it's not going to go the way you plan it in your head. You've got to be able to deal with that, haven't you? That's kind of at the crux of this whole segment, this kind of scale or fail idea that we're trying to get across. You're a parent, you're a founder. How do you balance that? When you've got the restaurant, you've got a drinks brand you're building. My guess is you were doing a triathlon yesterday, you said, so there are more ideas fermenting.
Yeah, I was like, when I have the distribution of Drippy, I will give it to the kids who are there in triathlon supporting their parents. That's what my idea yesterday. Yeah. Now, I think I'll go back about the proper time management, how I'm doing it. Like what I said, I train in the morning and then I help my kids with the distance learning now. And then, go to the restaurant later. I'll go to the restaurant for a monthly meeting. I think it's about planning ahead of time. My week's calendar is already planned because that's how I cannot just do whatever is necessary.
There's never going to be a spare moment for you. What surprised you about, okay, so you have the idea, there's the light bulb moment. What surprised you now that this has turned into, it's the early stage of a new business?
That anything is possible and you don't give up on your idea or your dreams. If you wanna do something, you just need to work towards it. Don't give up just because it's hard. You keep going, you keep fighting until you reach what you wanted to reach. And now I'm happy that we launched the 3P. Yes, it's in the restaurant, but it's happening.
Okay. I mean, a lot of people would, a lot of people watching or listening to this would be thinking, "No, you can't take on the Coca-Colas. You can't do this."
I'm not saying I'm taking.
No. I know you're not, but you don't even think about that, do you? It's not about that. It's just you believe in this product.
Yes, I'm not saying I want to beat them or be one of them. it's more about build something that who knows, maybe they will notice us. You'll never know what future holds. But what I'm saying is you don't give up on because I know I'm solving a problem and I know there's a vision for this. I know it's hard, but it's about not giving up.
Kyla, you got 3 flavors so far that you've been involved in? So you got a cola, you've got an orange, and a citrus flavor. Is that right?
The lemon lime, yeah.
The lemon lime flavor. What's your favorite?
Probably cola.
Yeah, not surprised. Does it rate with all the other colas in the market? See, there you go. Okay, it's the ultimate taste test. He's just
He approved, by the way. He approved all the flavors.
So you and your brother approve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're in charge of that part of the business. If you don't like it, whatever your mother says, it doesn't go through.
No.
You'd make the decision. Nice. What advice would you give, Lourdes? Because you've got a successful restaurant business, very successful restaurant business. Hopefully, this is going to turn into the next business. But what advice would you give to somebody if they're thinking, "I'd like to do my own thing"?
Yeah, I think it's about planning and preparing about your vision or your dream business, and you keep working towards it. And you have to put on your head that it will be hard. You might fail, but you don't stop until you reach your destination or your vision or your dream.
What is your long-term vision? Final question I've asked.
Yeah, for me, for the long-term vision for Drippy is because as of now, there is no homegrown brand for a healthier soda drinks in a drinks category. This is the first one. So for us is to have a share on the share on the kids' beverage drink for a healthier soda alternative.
Let's hope it works.
Yeah, hopefully.
It's fascinating. It's brave, and it's probably a really good thing, I guess, as well. Lourdes Adelia Evertse is the founder of Drippy, managing director of Spice Grill. Kyla Evertse is the chief soda officer. So, guys, thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you very much for having us.
Good to see you, Kyla.
Hello.
Thank you for coming in. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 8:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The UAE has entered the world's top 10 exporting countries according to the latest World Trade Organization report. This achievement highlights the UAE's role as a key hub in international supply chains. Goods and services trade rose from about $950 billion in 2021 to over $1.5 trillion in 2025. Exports now make up more than half of the goods trade, while services exports reached 61%. The growth gave the UAE a trade surplus of 584 billion dirhams last year. Dr. Thani Al-Zayudi, Minister of Foreign Trade, says this success shows the UAE's strong economy and global competitiveness. The country plans to expand its trade network, helping Emirati exporters reach new markets. Dubai is now helping businesses with new economic measures. Hotels and companies can defer government fees for 3 months. The relief starts April 1st, 2026 and covers hotel sales fees, tourism dirham fees, license amendments, businesses' name premiums, and waste management charges. Both new and renewing licenses are included. Officials say the move will ease the short-term costs and support long-term growth. Dubai Chamber of Commerce reports that over 2,700 new companies joined in March 2026, showing the city's strong appeal to investors. The real estate, renting and business services sector led with 41%, followed by trading and services at 30%, construction at 15%, and social and personal services at 9%. Officials say this growth reflects decades of efforts to make Dubai a top destination for business. Mohammed Ali Rashid Luta, CEO of Dubai Chambers, says the Emirates' resilience and global connections help it create new opportunities across sectors. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at almost 69,000 US dollars. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.31 Indian rupees, 75.92 Pakistani rupees, 33.35 Bangladeshi taka, 16.49 Philippine peso, 14.80 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.85 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
This is the Morning Drive. It's Mira Business FM, a Monday morning news roundup, business news roundup in a few moments' time, plus a recap of the weekend's business stories. Looking ahead at this week too. That's next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
This is Mira Business FM. It is the morning drive, Monday morning, and time for a quick business news roundup. Freelance multimedia journalist Isidora Del Bianco Reis joins me in the studio. It's nice to see you again.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Good to have you here. So, some of the stories that you are following at the moment, let's start with this, because this is an interesting one. I was reading notes on this yesterday. Some Isidora, UAE residents shifting from home offices to hotels, and it's what's interesting is the way the hotels are responding to this. Tell us the story.
Well, so people are searching nowadays for different environments to work because most of the time when we are working from home, we have some interruptions, let's say. We always think about other things to do apart from what we really need to do. But what's interesting in that story, in that point, is that people are not only searching to work out of home because they could have they could have been in a co-working space, for example. But why not a co-working space and a hotel? Because they are also searching for quality breaks. So, for example, when you were working from a hotel, you can just stop for half an hour, just go to the swimming pool or just relax and go into the sauna. And you have some different activities also, like more relaxing activities.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? You've got the potential is the idea of this is to, when you're at home, as you say, it's really easy to. I'll make a cup of coffee. I'll put the TV on. I'll do this and that.
The laundry, the washing.
Well, exactly. Yeah. No, laundry. No, I'm going with the coffee and the TV. But no, I'm with you. And it's very easy to lose concentration. That's the point. Whereas if you make the effort to go somewhere and you pay to use the extra facilities, you make the most of that. And maybe, I think what the hotels realize is that you're making the most of using your own time as well. So you concentrate, you work better, I guess.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing.
Yeah, that's kind of key. So lots of hotels are offering this. I know that. What about people who, don't have the money? I mean, there are lots of different prices. Depends on the hotel, but there are lots of ranges of doing of this. But what if you don't want to spend the money? What if you can't afford to?
Well, the main point when you change the environment you work, it's because of our mental health. So we are searching for spaces that we can have nature contact, we can have like natural sunlight, we can have a better way to work. So probably what those people can do at home is just changing the furniture, maybe trying to work close to a window, maybe having some breaks to walk around, just going down and walk around and talk to people, doing small breaks and trying to make your room, your space comfortable to work. And the mental benefits, they are a lot. We can increase dopamine, we can reduce cortisol just by changing some furniture from one place to another. And this is really interesting because we think no, this is very small. How can I just change my humor, my mood by doing this? But this is literally what works most of the time.
And this is what this is about, isn't it? Because for lots of people who are remote working now, who are used to that, going to the office at a certain time, the regularity of that, when you break that, it breaks the pattern in your brain as well. You break your routine. And most of us, whether we like it or not, we work to a particular routine. I kind of think I don't work too much of a routine, but when I look at my average week, pretty much every day is the same kind of thing. I suppose that's particularly important now when things are tougher, when things are uncertain.
Exactly.
Let's look at the rise of staycations, because this is something that keeps coming up. in the papers. Everybody's talking about this. The reasons are fairly obvious, but, staycations are everywhere at the moment, aren't they?
Exactly. They are like people in the UAE residents are seeking for calm nature. So most of them, we cannot talk about all of them, but they are trying to find better places to travel here in the UAE. And this is so important when we think about we can say the soul of the country, because we are seeing like the UAE more than just Dubai and Abu Dhabi, for example, or more than just the traditional touristic places. So people are trying to find different places, for example, in the north of the country, more relaxing spaces, close to the nature, close to the mountains, just to relax and to have quality with the family, with their friends. So yeah, this is a trend that we can notice.
Well, it is. I mean,
the
this is
past few
something
days.
that you report on this a lot, don't you? In your kind of day-to-day life, you do
Exactly.
lots of like hotel and travel journalism. I know
do.
that. What are people looking for in a staycation at the moment? What's on the list, if you like, the checklist?
Well, probably they are going to places, as I said, close to the mountains, or places to relax with the family. So we could say the Al Ain, for example, which is a little bit like it's close to Abu Dhabi, but it's also close to Dubai, but there is a different vibe. And also to, I think like that space is on the north of the country.
No, it
And
makes
also
sense.
close to the desert.
Yeah, okay. I mean, the thing with this is, I know that, we're talking about something. This is an effect of the conflict. But there's something else here as well that, and you kind of pointed to it just now, people are looking to explore because people want to get away, they want to relax, they want to chill for a little bit. But you're looking at different things that maybe you wouldn't do it. I mean, for lots of people, it would be, I'll take a trip to, I don't know, Thailand or wherever. They'll take a hop because this is obviously a travel hub. But when you're not able to do that, or it's more difficult to do that, you're looking at, well, I'll go and trek in Ras Al Khaimah for 4 days. You're looking for something different to do, and you experience more of what the country has to offer. So it's kind of a side benefit of what we're seeing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And not only like far from Dubai or from Abu Dhabi, even in the city, like we can say, like not talking about staycations, but we can say that people are searching for more touristic places in the city, like to do different stuff, because we have like now different offers, we have different opportunities to go to the places that we wouldn't go if they wouldn't be an offer, probably. So
Yeah, there's a lot of truth in that, I think. So do you think we're becoming a little bit more experimental?
exactly, that's what I feel. That's the tendency.
And that's what people are telling you at the moment. That's fascinating. Another story you're following at the moment is we're all talking about supplies. We're all talking about supermarkets. The government are very aware that people are worried, of course, but there's so much reassurance that we've got 6 months worth of stocks. Nothing is in short supply. Prices don't seem to be going up at all, which is good news, of course. But, supplies are steady. And the main thing in this story that you're following is that prices are pretty stable.
They are pretty stable. Like markets are operating without disruption. The government is monitoring the prices all the time. So I think we don't have to worry about it at the moment.
We had the boss of Choitrams in, Mark Mortimer Davis, at the weekend, just on Friday, just before the weekend, and he's said the same thing. Do you know what's really interesting at the moment is all the competitors in the supermarkets are now kind of working together with the Ministry of Economy and Tourism as well, to try to ensure that, there's almost cross-fertilization between the brands, which is a surprising thing to hear, I suppose. A little bit more on this. How is it possible to keep the prices stable? What more is there in this story, Isadora?
Well, so it's to monitor the prices. So that's exactly what the government is doing nowadays. They are monitoring the prices. They are trying to make the consumers feel comfortable because they can just tell what's happening. So if they see something on the market that it's not fair and they feel that it's not the correct price of it, you can just tell the government that, well, this price is not okay. You have somewhere to call and to.
I was reading this at the weekend. They check regularly. It was something like, I think the figure was, it was over 12,000 checks, and I think there were quite a few cases that some prices weren't in line with where they should be. So people are fined for taking advantage of the situation, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. So that's why we should keep an eye on it.
Okay. Another story you're following is Saudi Arabia's non-oil business conditions weakened for the first time since August 2020. What are the details?
Well, it reflects a temporary adjustment, and like the job creation and the situation still stable, but we can see that's going to change. This is something that they noticed just in March, but things are keeping, like, people are thinking positively about it.
Fifth story. We've got 5 or 6 stories, maybe even 7 stories to cover, but the UAE is becoming one of the top 10 global exporters. This is the latest World Trade Organization report. I haven't read this, I've got to be honest with you, so I'm just going to trust you to fill me in on all the detail.
So basically, Dubai is still attracting business. So more than 2,000 companies joined the Dubai Chamber, which supports business in the Emirate, just in March. So it's a big chunk of that in real estate and business services. And it's followed by trading. So it's a pretty broad mix, actually. And it's interesting because it shows like how, like, if despite everything that it's happening at the moment, more than 2,000 companies are trying to join, and they joined So I think it's very positive for the country.
Despite what's happening at the moment as well. Okay.
Exactly.
The final story I wanted to talk to you about today is this. Just give me a little bit more, if you can, on those 2,000 companies that have joined. This is Dubai Chamber of Commerce, isn't it, in March 2026. So my observation would be Dubai's still attracting substantial interest and substantial business, even at a time when the whole world is looking in and thinking, well, what's going on? We're living here thinking, what's going to happen? There's a great deal of uncertainty. But you've still got this, I suppose, confidence?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's confidence. Like we trust the government, we trust the place we are. And I think people who are still here, they are here because they want to. They are not forced to be here. So exactly, that's what you said.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? I mean, I don't know. I don't really know. I still don't have anybody in my sort of circle, if you like. Not that it's a huge circle of people, don't get me wrong, but I don't know anybody who's left.
Me neither.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. Oh, there you go. There's a question that didn't work. I was hoping for a better answer, but that's a much better answer because I think there's a safety in that. There's a feeling in that as well.
Exactly.
Okay. Isadora Del Bianco Reis is a freelance multimedia journalist. I know you work mostly in hospitality and travel and tourism, but also you're following business stories here in the UAE as well. Good to see you. Thanks for coming back.
Thank you very much. Hope to see you soon.
We'll be in touch regularly, no doubt. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 9 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Dubai Chamber of Commerce reports that over 2,700 new companies joined in March, showing the city's strong appeal to investors. The real estate, renting and business services sector led with 41%, following the trading and services at 30%, construction at 15%, and social and personal services at 9%. Officials say this growth reflects decades of efforts to make Dubai a top destination for business. Mohammed Ali Rashid Luta, CEO of Dubai Chambers, says the Emirates' resilience and global connections help it create new opportunities across sectors. Dubai Municipality will open 35 new parks this year, investing 348 million dirhams. The parks will cover over 340,000 square meters and serve 23 residential communities. The move is part of Dubai Parks and Greenery strategy under the Dubai 2040 Urban Master Plan. It also aligns with the Blue and Green Spaces Roadmap 2030. Badr Anwahi, who is the CEO of the Public Facilities Agency, says the new parks will expand public spaces, enhance well-being, and strengthen community ties across the city. Dubai's Roads and Transport Authority has introduced dedicated sensory rooms at Al Satwa and Oud Mata metro stations for individuals with autism. These rooms offer a calm and supportive environment, helping people with sensory sensitivities travel more comfortably. The initiative is part of RDA's commitment to making public transport accessible and inclusive for all, including people of determination and their families. Officials say this move reflects Dubai's vision to be a city that caters to everyone, reinforcing its leadership in inclusive urban mobility. Oil prices rose, bonds fell, and stocks were mixed at the start of trading in Asia today. U.S. crude WTI rose above $114 a barrel, overtaking Brent for the first time in years. This unusual move shows growing stress in oil markets. Brent traded above $118, while UAE Murban crude climbed over $115. Traders want barrels that can bypass the Strait of Hormuz. Analysts say the market is worried about how oil can be delivered, not just supply. Tensions in the Middle East, especially involving Iran, are keeping energy markets on edge. That's the news for now. Follow more news on WhatsApp and Telegram. This is Mira Business FM.
This is the Morning Drive at Mira Business FM. Coming up, as regional tensions continue, what is the real story for businesses on the ground? That's next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's the Morning Drive, it's Mira Business FM. Regional tensions once again in focus, and while the headlines often highlight the geopolitics, one of the big questions we're all asking is what it means for businesses here in the UAE. Now, from global corporations to startups, how are companies actually responding on the ground? Is confidence holding? Justin Harper is the editor of CEO Middle East. He's also a writer with Arabian Business, spends a good amount of his time talking to CEOs, to business leaders, to startup founders across the region. He's here. Good to see you.
Thanks
Good
for
to have
having me.
you with us, Justin. So you have, I think, something of a front row view, if you like, with how companies are reacting in real time to the economic impact of the conflict. From your perspective, as a journalist, a seasoned journalist, you talk to business leaders and founders every day. How do you feel the mood is at the moment?
Yeah, I like the word seasoned. That's polite.
You're
That's polite.
welcome. Yeah, it's a polite way of saying maybe we're of the same generation or something.
Yeah. Now, talking about that and this kind of sentiment here, I mean, the word that a lot of people use is resilient.
Yeah.
Being resilient and resilience. And I talked about it last week, and I tried to think of different words, and there was a word bounce back ability, which is a tough word to say.
That's a good
word.
word.
It's like 6 syllables. But it is really, there's resilience where you're digging deep, you're surviving, which is one thing. But then the bounce back is you're getting ready for when Dubai and the UAE picks up and the momentum comes back. So there's this short-term survival, which everyone's having to maybe get a bit leaner, a bit more agile, come up with ideas. But with the view too, we need to be ready when, fingers crossed, things pick up again, that we are ready when we get that trajectory.
So there's a feeling, if you like, that people are kind of, they're on the haunches. They're ready to sort of leap.
That's kind of how I feel, that this has gone on longer than a lot of people expected. Weekend, 1 week, 2 weeks, now we're into kind of like 5-6 weeks. But still, we hope that this will be over soon and we can get back to normality. And I think businesses have to be ready for that when tourists start coming back, more residents start returning there, and we can start, because Dubai has been a success story on an economic, property, general country level for the UAE, and we expect that to come back, to be revitalized. Maybe a lot of people say, like after COVID, Dubai, the UAE was stronger for it. It came back much stronger and it learned a lot of lessons. And maybe with this Iran kind of attack crisis, businesses will get a bit smarter. They'll look for new revenue streams and become more efficient. And so when the good times come back, they will be in a maybe stronger place than they were pre-crisis.
There was a great deal learned from COVID. There were lessons from it. There were good lessons from it. And there are so many parallels between the COVID situation and the situation now. Loads of people talking about that. What do you think, when you speak to startups or founders, which you're doing, as opposed to the larger sort of corporate leaders, where are the concerns? Are they different? Are they worrying about similar things? What's your feeling there?
I think the startups, because they're like a smaller cog in the ecosystem, they have no real oversight. So, when you have like supply chain issues, they hear about it kind of last because they just can't get the things that they need to survive. Whereas the big multinationals are kind of more part of that conversation. They had a head office, UK, Europe, say, or the US, and so they have a kind of more of a heads up in what's happening because they have that geographical advantage. Local, we're just here in the UAE. They kind of get things after the headquarters get things from the multinationals. Okay. Just that communication thing or that information sometimes a little bit slower for the smaller players to navigate.
What about strategy? What are business leaders telling you in terms of strategy because of what we're seeing in the region? What's the message?
I think the message is, I don't want to say resilience again, but it's really let's just wait, be patient, dig deep, not do anything too drastic. There was an interesting CEO we spoke to, and we were talking about discounts. So if you're a retailer and you're struggling with footfall, people coming in, you might want to do these massive discounts, 50% off here, 25% off there. And, the kind of feedback was be really careful about that, because yes, that will help you in the short term, but in the long term, you may well be damaging your reputation and your brand. So you really have to think, yes, I need to survive, treading water until the crisis is over, but also long term, what damage or what benefit might I do to my business now? How I react right now, I have to be really careful about the long-term view of my company and sustainability, I guess.
Discounting is a difficult thing, though, isn't it? Because it's as much as you can, hold your line. Otherwise, you're right, it can come back and bite you, and the bounce back ability index drops. So there's the bite back. There's something in there. It's like a Big Mac index. I'm formulating it. It will come. Companies are seeing real disruption, aren't they, at the moment? There's no doubt about that. There is actual disruption. But when it comes to the conundrum of, the planning ahead, the caution that you have to take, what are you hearing there?
I think it's people are having to dig a bit deeper and be more resourceful, as in, laying people off, flexible working, that kind of, flexibility, I think, in your staffing and your costs, because you're not sure how long this can go on for. And I think it's maybe the cash reserves are really important to make sure you've got enough just to, pay your staff, pay your suppliers or whatever, and then really wait and be patient. And then think about, what could I be doing now? Looking at my business, could I think about efficiencies, cutting costs? Are there new markets, perhaps, new revenue streams that I could be looking at while we rely on tourism, residents coming back, consumers returning?
One of the things about being in business is it's like life. Life kind of gets in the way, doesn't it? You're in business and you're working every day on the business. You're trying to further the business, and you kind of lose sight of the business, or a lot of people do, because they're so involved in the business. You're too close to it, I think, is what I'm saying. One of the things about now is when things become more uncertain, become more difficult, it almost forces business leaders to take a step back and reconsider. I'm trying to look for a bright side to this, but you're kind of forced into a corner that perhaps this is a time to be thinking and really concentrating on the direction of the business, or how you're managing cash flow, or how you're managing staff, and how you're managing the resources that you have.
Yeah.
It always strikes me that when adversity hits, it's a good time to reflect, almost.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's those kinds of decisions. Then there's those internal decisions you have as a leader. How can I show strength to my staff? What messages should I be sending out to them? Those kinds of things, because they will look to you. They want some kind of certainty in an uncertain situation.
Sure.
And we've had we've been in a boom here, and people have got used to those kind of very positive stories that we've had, and growth and expansion, and it's all been feel good, upward momentum. And then now, it's a very different story. And so people maybe for the first time are having to deal with this uncertainty. So you look to your leaders first. And if it's your leaders' first time, you've really got to learn the ropes quick, as in, I've really got to send out a strong message. If they've survived through COVID, and COVID was only like 6 years ago, so a lot of the leaders are still fresh from that. Sure. They learned a lot of things about steadying the ship, saying the right thing, and just reassuring their staff, because, that's a thing. People are really worried about losing their jobs, having to return home if this isn't their normal base. And so I think it's real human interest stories, which we get, we forget about sometimes. It's about the business, whatever, but there's people behind, there's waiters, there's servers, there's cooks, there's chefs, there's all these people that are representing your company and your brand, that we kind of forget those human interest stories.
Well, we do, and businesses are all about people and the way people feel and the sentiment that surrounds the business, and that's, it's not just a monolith that employs people and produces a product and pumps it out to the market. What are you hearing about investor sentiment, particularly, looking into the UAE in terms of international investors?
We're seeing a few good stories, like Blackstone, a big private equity company that have invested in an AI company, a tech company here in the region. We are still seeing investments here, which is a good thing, and we're making a big deal of those. But you can definitely on a kind of realistic stage, think, if you are looking to invest here and then the war comes, you've got to pause and you've got to think about investing, setting up offices here, bringing staff here, and those staff have maybe not been to the region before, that they're obviously worried about coming here if it's their first kind of rodeo here. So I think it's that pause, wait and see, but they still are committed. They still want to be part of this growth story here. They're just obviously not ready to commit in the middle of a crisis.
What about startups? Is funding happening? Are they attracting funding at the same pace? Are investors, I guess from what you're saying there, they're certainly more selective. Surely.
Yeah. I think because we're still 5 or 6 weeks in, and so, you look at the property market and people keep on thinking they can pick up bargains, but it's way too soon for that to see that filter through to the market. Yeah. And when it comes to startups and venture capital, again, companies have been, they work on the due diligence and do all the paperwork months in advance. So even when the crisis comes, they're still committed to some of these investments. So it's, the kind of short answer is it's too soon to see any kind of pullback in the startup investment community because of all of the, let's say, 12 to 18 months of planning that goes in. People are committed. We saw, we spoke to someone from Megetigans and they bought blah, blah. And they bought it, I think, on the Monday after the first weekend of the crisis. And it was like, wow, why would you buy, this nightclub, this tourist resort? And it's because obviously we'd been planning this for months. We're committed to this, and we've put money into it, and we still are looking at the long term. Yes, it may not start off the way we want it to, but when things get back to normal and tourists return, we've got a really good asset. So I think it's just too early to see big long-term decisions change.
Okay. In terms of your reporting, you are the editor of CEO Middle East. You write for Arabian Business as well. What are the sectors that are holding up the strongest at the moment?
I think everybody is suffering in the whole ecosystem. Let's start with the worst: hospitality sector, restaurants, those kinds of things. I think they're the ones that have been nimble and had to come up with ideas. And you say, who are the winners? And is it politically correct to say there's winners in a crisis? So
how tone deaf is it to think that way? But the questions have to be asked.
Yeah, to be capitalized. And I was thinking about this question as I was coming here, as in, for me, it sounds like cheesy, but it's trusted media are one of the winners. Because obviously there's a lot of fake news, there's a lot of panic, and people go to their trusted news sources and news sites for information. So you'll see traffic rise for those. And even if there are winners, any sectors, they do not want to come out, as you said, like reading the room and saying we've won in this situation. But I really can't think of a sector that's really capitalized or is doing well. It's a kind of it's across the board downturn.
Well, it is. We were talking before we came on air about, people doing things to capitalize on certain areas. And while you look at that and you think, to use your phrase, did you read the room? You figure that people are going to do that, and you're going to hear more and more of those stories. Have you come across anybody who's really benefiting or finding opportunity with that in mind?
I have, and probably won't mention actual names there, but okay. I know of a investment company that are picking up property cheaply, because a lot of people already. Wow. Looking at, they may not have already secured the deal, but they've already spoken to, say, the seller who wants to sell that property, whether it's on a commercial property or a residential property. They're definitely looking at some quite deep discounts and ready to make the most of this market. So that is supply and demand, market forces, animal sentiments. Call it what you will, but that is it. The whole be fearful when others are greedy and vice versa. We kind of can't stop those market forces. Animal sentiments is a good phrase. I haven't heard that for ages. CEO Middle East, you're talking to leaders, you're talking to people in positions of authority, people that run budgets, have resources, are looking after people. What are the key traits of the leaders who are successful in a period like now? What are you starting to see from people that you think
that's the right thing to do. That's the right approach.
I think it's long-term thinking.
Right.
And the kind of waves that we see up and down, and trying to ride those out. So it works two ways. So obviously in a downturn, you don't panic and you don't suddenly disappear and leave the markets that you're in, and vice versa. When the good times are going, you don't grow too quickly and expand too quickly because you're not sure how long that peak will go. It's trying to make a flat line a little bit rather than the peaks and troughs that we see, trying to bring stability. So they're looking to bring stability to everybody concerned, whether it's their customers, whether it's their staff, whether it's their suppliers, investors as well. So I think the leaders that stand out for me, the CEOs and managers that stand out for me, are the ones who are always thinking long term. It's like, yes, this is a little mini crisis, but we're thinking long term. We're here in the region long term. It's a long term success story, and that picture hasn't changed. But I still think, while it might sound obvious, you've still got to tell those people that things haven't changed for us over our 5-year, 10-year cycle. We are still investing. We will still be doing what we're doing. We're just pausing, and things might be on hold for now.
There's an element, tell me if I'm wrong here, but I was thinking about this last night, thinking, right, Justin's in, I want to look for some different angles here, because lots of the questions that, you're asking and answering are cropping up, regularly, aren't they? But there's an element of, when times are tough, visibility drops. Businesses go far more silent. They're far less present, less posting, less, marketing, less outreach, fewer events. So, and I want to phrase this, reading the room and not being tone deaf, but there is an opportunity because attention is available, more available in a market. So with the right sort of positive, supportive, maybe business community approach, there's a real opportunity, I think, to make a contribution. And that's a contribution going forward when things are more confident, more positive, more certain as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at restaurants because they've kind of suffered a lot. And there was a really nice story of a group of chefs who got together, and they would visit other people's restaurants. It started off with around 60 people. I don't know if you heard that story.
I did.
But it's such a lovely story of this community of chefs coming together, and they pull a name out of the hat and they go to that person's restaurant and they spend money and they tip and everyone has a good night, and then they pull another name out of the hat and they go round. And it's just trying to think of, can that be magnified outside of the F&B and the restaurant chains? Could you do that, say, with hotels? A group of hoteliers come together. Obviously, a lot of these are big chains, but getting the sign off. But that community spirit, if it can be done with founders of restaurants and chefs, why can't we think about doing that on a bigger scale? And what a beautiful community kind of spirit that is. You all get together, you're potentially rivals, but now you've got to come together as a community because you're all trying to save each other. And I love those kind of stories there. Again, it's human interest, but it's also that community spirit. And I think what we've seen is, we've seen the UK media really get the wrong end of the stick and misinformation about Dubai. But then on the other side, we get these ultra positive stories that oh, I'm fine, everything's good, whatever. And it's like, no, that's not true either, from businesses there. And maybe that's some of the leaders putting out a too positive story, and people are like, hang on a minute, you must have had some consequences and some repercussion. So it's really this sense of realism. Somewhere in the middle is like, no, we are having a tough time. Numbers are down, and this is what we're doing. You've got to be honest with people. And that's where, again, when we talked about that question you said of leadership, being honest, being upfront, holding your hands up and saying, yes, we are struggling a little bit here. Our revenues are down. Our sales are down. I'm not going to paint a rosy picture when it's not rosy. And if I did, you'd see through that and I'd lose my credibility. So it's somewhere in the middle of kind of, we don't want to be negative. We don't want to be overly positive and mislead people. It's like finding where's my middle ground where I can tell a good story without scaring off people.
Well, there's being positive if you're running a business. And that's a great thing. Being confident, being positive is good. But there's also lying to yourself that actually things are a lot better than they are. So you are right. There's a balance there somewhere. It's interesting. I've already mentioned this morning, actually. We were talking to Mark Mortimer Davis, CEO of Choitrums, on Friday last week. And he was talking about how the supermarkets are working together. They work with the ministry to make sure that, stocks are at a certain level and to make sure that, things are where they are supposed to be. But there's this almost like cross-fertilization between the supermarkets to make sure that they're being efficient in deliveries, so they're not using too much fuel, for example, so that prices can remain at a certain point. And he was very honest. He was, look, at the moment, there are certain things we can do. There are efficiencies that we can grow and make sure that we hit. But in the long run, there are going to be some increases, potentially, depending on, of course, how long this lasts.
Yeah, absolutely. Things have gone up. The price of things have gone up. Some things are harder to find.
Sure.
No, the shelves are not empty, but there are certain things that if you wanted and they came from a certain region and had to come in a certain, strait, that you might struggle to get hold of. Yes, we just need to be honest, and we know that. We saw that with COVID supply chains. We saw bonkers, panic buying of toilet roll and certain things that you kind of question why people did it. And we saw a little bit of that again this time. And then again, maybe people took a step back and said, hang on a minute, I don't need to do that. I don't need to panic. I trust in the economy. I trust in supermarkets being smart and working with each other to make sure everything's shared out. And so, I think it's really you mentioned it, taking that pause, taking that step back and saying, look, do I really need to do that? Is this an emergency? Will this, product or whatever come back in a week's time? Yes, it probably will. And I think it's that kind of don't panic, hold tight, and just chill.
just chill. That's all you need to do. What about actual government steps, though? Because we've had the government support package announced. That's $1 billion dirhams worth of economic support. So it means government fees are deferred for a while. There's been some easing in tourism and hospitality charges, for example. Streamlined residency permits. All that kind of stuff is happening. I mean, as much as anything, the fact that it happens and it happens so quickly, it's just let's get this done, kind of reflects the way Dubai approaches itself, I think is what I'm trying to say. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and people were looking for that reassurance, those government packages.
That's the word, reassurance.
And that support, and they knew it was coming, and that's what we saw, which is brilliant. And then you look at, also maybe the private sector and what will they do? A lot of people are talking about some of the property developers and the stores and shops within the malls, that have to pay rent and leases. And will they be reduced and can they be negotiated? And that's something that, we haven't really seen play out yet. The first step is having, your government say, look, here's a pot of money that you can dip into that we can pay to help you. We can discount things and we can reduce fees, which is great. And then when it comes to, mom and pop stores, restaurants who have to pay rent and leases, now can they negotiate with the developer and their landlords to perhaps put on hold rent, reduce their lease, those kind of discounts? That's something that, again, it's kind of too early to say, but there will be discussions and they will definitely be dialogues that a lot of these businesses will be having with their landlords because rent is a big part of their overhead costs.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you're certainly seeing that, with private landlords, with people. I mean, anecdotally, I'm hearing those stories from people that, I'm just going to move because, and landlords are certainly starting to offer some discounts. I'm hearing. Beyond the sort of immediate relief of the package, there's an element here of the reputation of Dubai and the image of the international investors have when they see moves like this, those kinds of reassurance moves. And I was reading something from Ahmed bin Salem, the CEO of DMCC. I want to read this to you because it's interesting. And he said kind of the usual things, that the move strengthens Dubai's position as a global business hub. But there was something else that I thought, that's not an accidental phrase. Let me just read it to you. This package underscores Dubai's continued commitment to providing a stable, enabling environment for businesses, reinforcing its position, so far fine, its position as a natural hub. That was the thing that jumped out at me for companies looking to grow internationally. So, all right, you're addressing international investors and companies, but it was the natural hub phrase to me, that this is the place that, why would you think of anywhere else he's saying. And I like that.
Yeah, me too. Natural. I've not heard that. It's a hub. It's a commodities hub. It's all kind of all sorts of hub. Yeah, it's natural.
Yeah.
It is very clever phrasing. As in, it's a normal kind of organic thing for a company to be based here if they want to expand in the region and globally, given all of the government incentives, the business friendly, the tax regime here. And obviously the population growth as well. So it is, for many companies, still a natural choice to have a base here. So it's smart.
I mean, it's the confidence as well that kind of thinking encourages, and also the package encourages, isn't it? That you have a government that turns around, and I'm guessing that your attitude to governments is similar to mine, because we come from a similar place, that you're like, well, let's wait for something to happen, and it never does. But here, the government takes action.
Yeah, they do. And you think sometimes you've got the kind of PR spin that we definitely see maybe with the UK. They maybe put some money up, but you're wondering, how do you get the money? How much, how easy is it to get? How much bureaucracy and forms do I have to fill in to get? And what's the quota? And here you just feel, I'm not saying it's an open book, but you feel it's more readily available. It's easier to access because people need it pretty quickly. And when you can set up a business here within like 30 minutes, an hour, things can be applied for quickly. And the same with government assistance and our market and the UK. I'm sure there's other big markets as well. Sometimes you think, look, you're just doing that for PR. Yeah. Can I really get access to that money? How quickly can I get it? And then you don't even try, but the government kind of wins. They steal the headlines for a day or so.
Yeah, there is a distinct difference. For everything that you're hearing on the ground, let me use your word again, because actually it is the right word. It's a word of the moment. How resilient would you say UAE businesses are right now? And I know that's the crystal ball question.
Yeah.
And I know that's unfair. But your thoughts, I think, are interesting.
Do you want like a figure, 1 to 10, or?
That's a nice way of putting it.
Shall I give you a 6 or a 7 out of 10?
A percentage?
Yeah.
Should we do a clapometer? I mean, who knows?
Yeah, it is. It's a tough question, and we're still kind of, that gauge is still moving all the time. Some companies are proving more resilient, some less resilient as the crisis goes on. And their revenues are down. They're realizing we didn't have enough cash. We may be, our overheads are too high. So it's kind of moving. It's a moving target. But I want to say they're really resilient. And I can't say they're really resilient because we know that companies are struggling. They're having to lay off staff and maybe stop whatever expansion. But also with that backstop of government assistance and with maybe that long-term thinking, they can still continue to invest knowing that things will pick up again. So if I had a figure, I would say a 6. If you wanted to push me for a figure, I'd say a 6 out of 10, which sounds low-ish, right?
Well, you could argue that that's 2/3 good.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's the way to spin that one.
But yeah, I think it's just certain sectors, like what we're seeing and hearing, the restaurant trade, the hotels, the ones reliant on tourism, and that that's really the big names that we know and hear and see around us. They have struggled and are still struggling. But there's obviously businesses that may be part of the ecosystem, a technology company, let's say, and they may well do business here, but they're also more virtual. So they don't need products and services so much. They have, customers in other markets that are completely unaffected. They may well be doing absolutely fine, proving to be resilient. Unfortunately, we hear in the media the headline stories, companies that are doing badly or suffering or doing something new, and they're the ones that catch our mind. But there's probably loads of companies that nothing has materially changed because, they're a global company, or they're in like a niche area where there's not really any sensitivity to what they do based on the Iran crisis. Really, in the firing line is tourism here. People not coming here, airlines, stuff like that. But there's obviously loads and loads of other sectors. You could argue oil and gas, sector is one that, with the price going up, have not necessarily profits been made, but they haven't necessarily lost any money because prices have had to go up, straight away.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to hedge there when I ask a question like that. I almost apologise for asking that, but you know where it comes from.
Yeah.
You hope, don't you, that another of the phrases that you used at the beginning of this discussion this morning is there, and that we are all on our haunches, and that the bounce back ability is still very much kind of front of mind, that, we are ready to jump back. And it's amazing how quickly, I think, confidence comes back. With COVID as the most recent sort of example that you can equate to this, I suppose, for us here, things came back pretty fast after COVID.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you can draw those comparisons, but that, they're slightly, that's the thing, COVID was global. This is regional.
Yeah.
And, affected kind of different businesses in a different way. But yes, I really think I moved here 4 years ago and I left Singapore during COVID. And Singapore was a very tough place to live during COVID. And there were curfews and businesses were going bust. And it was, especially given how positive the images of Singapore, it was kind of all doom and gloom. And so I left and I came to Dubai, but with a view to other cities or countries I could move to. I came here because of the excitement around Dubai, and this entrepreneurial spirit that I wanted to tap into as a writer and perhaps as an individual launching my own startup for the first time, because I knew, it's very startup friendly here. And for me, none of that's changed. As in, would I regret it? No, I'm still 4 years into my Dubai journey, and lots of people lived here 15, 20 plus years. They've seen a lot more peaks and troughs here, maybe the global financial crisis as well. And so for me and business leaders and CEOs, that hasn't changed. We are just optimistic, and we're waiting, hoping every day that there could be a draw line under this crisis and quickly just get back to normal. No one's ever thinking, this is, this has changed the whole outlook for Dubai, it's changed the whole makeup and the whole landscape of the city. I don't think people are having those kinds of conversations, as in something fundamental has changed to where we live. They're like, okay, we've got a bit of a problem here, but look, I've still got all these grand long-term plans.
I think you're right. I think most people take the view that this will come to an end. It's just when it comes to an end. And it's the uncertainty that you deal with until it comes to an end. That seems to be the overriding attitude, I think, for most people. Last question for you, Justin, for professionals, for entrepreneurs, for founders watching this, maybe listening to this, what are the signals they should be watching for over the next few months? What are you, I guess I'm asking, what are you hoping to see in terms of the business environment going forward?
Yeah. My first port of call is Truth Social and Donald Trump's messages. I like to look at those first.
Well, they're entertaining
to see what's going to happen to to Iran and the kind of the world economy and the world in general, and then
that's your go-to, is it, when you the phone by the bed?
Yeah, it's kind of you see the markets react obviously as well. Yeah. But when it comes to the signals, I think it's really when we start to see more flights coming in, hotels talking about maybe numbers going up. But we could see that because it will be only because we see that on a global world news stage, things have calmed down a bit. There's been some kind of resolution, and then you'll start to see business build confidence, because obviously leaders read the news as well. They can't kind of work out what's happening, and then we'll see small businesses, founders also looking at what is the climate basically for for being a business, and I said again, getting back to normal. And I think it's like, say I've been here for 4 years and I've been a business for 4 years, right? Which is 4 times 52. It's 200 weeks. Okay. And we're into week 5 or 6. So I've only had this blip for 5 or 6 weeks, but for more than 200 weeks, it's been a good place to be. It's been growth, it's been expansion, it's been opportunity and optimism. And so that's still fresh in the brain. So businesses are quickly looking for any kind of positive sign that we're back on track.
It's amazing how that happens with markets, and it can affect prices so quickly. But it's a good way to look at it, because statistics, we all know, generally don't lie. So fair enough. Let's leave it there. We're out of time, unfortunately. But Justin Harper is the editor of CEO Middle East, also writes for Arabian Business. And thanks for coming in.
No, thanks for having me.
Appreciate it. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's the Morning Drive. Welcome to the programme. My name's Tim Elliott. It's been a couple of days since the UAE's Ministry of Economy and Tourism reassured residents that essential goods are available in ample supply across the country. Now attention is turning to what we're actually seeing on the ground. Retailers are reporting that shelves remain well stocked, supply chains are operating normally, and demand has stayed steady. Without signs of unusual stockpiling. So how resilient is the system right now, and what should consumers understand about how grocery supply really works here in the UAE? Mark Mortimer-Davies is the Chief Executive Officer for the GCC for Choitum. It's a pleasure to have you here, Mark.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Nice to see you. Ministry of Economy says strategic reserves are secure. For your specific chain, how many weeks of normal consumption for staples like, rice, flour, oil do you have in place at the moment?
So I think we at the moment are carrying about 50 days of stock. We work it in days.
Right.
So we have 50 days of stock, and then obviously on some of the fresh areas, you've got a week of stock. Mm-hmm. So we're well covered for all eventualities at the moment. Then we have more. We have a distribution business as well. So in there we have maybe another 60 days of stock that we would distribute into the market. So it's quite a sort of an integrated supply chain. If you think about it, people have about a week in their home. Then we've got about 50 days. The supply chain behind us has maybe got another 50, 60 days. So there's quite a lot of stock in the market, and people just need to calmly recognize that.
Well, this is the thing. I haven't been shopping since Saturday. The main reason for that is it's not my favourite thing to do, if I'm completely honest. But we do hear the stories of people, panic buying, and you see on social media these very dramatic pictures. But you're painting that's a fairly encouraging picture.
I think, look, social media. Tell by the colour of my hair, right? I'm not I'm a generation maybe before it, but I do think it drives that sort of crisis urgent mentality. We had a 98% spike on Saturday and Sunday over weekends, at the beginning of the year. But there's no need. And the pictures you're seeing are more an out of stock on shelf than a lack of product availability. If you look at any modern retailer, our stores are in higher rental areas.
Yeah.
Our storage facilities are in lower rental areas, and we move stock on a daily, maybe twice daily basis to make sure that we keep the cost of goods down.
Right.
But what that does do when you get a 98% spike that none of us were expecting is all of a sudden, those trucks are not quite getting there on time, and then people take very dramatic pictures of an empty shelf because the stock's on our truck either just arriving or just leaving our depot. Anything like the beginning of Ramadan, we're expecting a spike, so there's plenty of stock in the store ready for that day. This time obviously on Saturday, none of us were expecting it, and it takes you a little while to catch up. The stock is available, it's just not in the right place at the right time sometimes when you get something unusual like that.
I mean, it's worth remembering, isn't it, that none of us expected what happened on Saturday. It took us all by surprise. Yeah. It's not unique to retailers, is it?
Yeah, I think it was, if you look across the whole industry. This morning we're waking up to reports of the shipping lines are starting to have discussions. Thankfully, there were airlines taking off this morning, which is a little bit of a sign of normality. It hits everybody. And then with the modern infrastructure, it takes that little bit of time to respond. But I would say to people, calmly go shopping. When you do walk in our shops, which I hope you begin to enjoy, then, take time, just thank our staff. They've been working all the hours over the weekend, Ramadan as well. And they've managed to get things back to looking normal, which is where they should have been if people just go about their normal routines.
It's echoes of COVID, isn't it, in a lot of ways? And it's worth remembering, that essential worker phrase.
Yeah, it is. I think it is. Time, it's busy. A lot more orders, a lot of aggregator orders, people asking for home delivery.
Yep.
And as I said to you, sometimes that product you might want is not there, but there's an alternative. And people are so used to in Dubai to not having to look at an alternative because we've normally always got what they want.
Yeah.
I need to have an alternative. Well, it's not the biggest problem in the world at the moment. So
no, there are bigger things going on, I guess. We have lots of imported goods, though, very simply, don't we, that fill supermarket shelves. How quickly can you respond if there is a sudden spike in demand for very sort of specific categories?
So if it's very short shelf life, and I was speaking to somebody, so if you like air-flown, fresh French oysters, you may have to go without for a few days.
Very disappointed. Sorry.
If you want particularly air-flown strawberries from America, they may not be available, but we'll have strawberries from local, they're grown here locally now, in the region, Jordan, etc. There's a supply chain. So you may just have to switch brands as we adjust. We as a business have plans, and as I've been saying, the government plans since the first Gulf Wars through COVID have been well set up about food stocks, food supply. We've been talking to them, or they've been talking to us really, since Saturday, taking stock levels off us, etc. So plans are in place. You just have to put those plans in place.
Food security is a key issue, isn't it? I think it's very easy to forget that it's one of the key pillars that the government regard as essential here. It's something that they watch very, very carefully.
Yeah, and I'm constantly amazed, really, by some of the things. We own part of a fruit juice factory, and a local partner has just bought into that factory. They are part of the government and the food security. And just talking to their senior management, it's amazing the work that is going on behind the scenes, employing areas of land across the world for food security. So I think people can be comforted by there has been a lot of work put in. You don't always hear about it, but that work is ongoing to ensure supply chains survive any sort of temporary aberration like we have now.
Can I ask you about supply chains and the role that diversified sourcing, international sourcing plays in protecting this market from external disruptions, the likes of which we're seeing at the moment? The UAE relies on imports for much of the food on supermarket shelves. If it becomes necessary, how quickly can your procurement teams pivot to new, perhaps non-Gulf reliant trade corridors?
Yeah, there's obviously overland in through Saudi. There's overland in from Oman. So we're looking at those. There are other ports on the Arabian Sea side that we're looking at. Potentially airports on the Arabian Sea side that could open up to cargo. So since Saturday, the supply team have been looking at all various options. Now, obviously, that is not, we don't do that alone. We have to speak to all the shippers, the carriers, the insurance companies get involved. So that takes a bit of time to get a viable plan of alternatives, but we're already, since Saturday morning, been looking at them.
Are there particular product categories that require closer monitoring? I mean, obviously, fresh vegetables, fresh fruits, but how does that work?
Well, we sort of work on the basis that the more countries that we have product coming in from, it protects us from any, even in normal times you get crop issues. So if a crop issue affects one country, we have product coming in from other countries. We bring products in from maybe 50 or 60 countries through various means, sea, air. And we generally have one or two options on every product category. So we feel quite comfortable that we can keep our supply chains going at the moment.
From a pricing standpoint, how are retailers in this region, how do you balance the global cost pressures but maintain affordability for shoppers?
So, I mean, as we were talking about just previously, at Choitrams, we just dropped 3,200 prices in February.
I wanted to ask you about that, actually.
Yeah, and during this time now, on Saturday, as well as the supply chain people, the economic department come in and talk to us about pricing. Mm-hmm. So there is a general agreement that prices will not go up. Of the prices, obviously the stock that we already have, we have a cost price for, we have a landed, we know all the details.
Yeah.
So nobody is allowed to start increasing the prices of the stocks in country if you want. We continue to monitor incoming product and see what the impact of that may be. And it's generally the freight companies we have to speak to now, because obviously some shipping areas are blocked. And those discussions are ongoing. But the idea is that as much as we can, that is passed on in a meaningful way to the customer, that nobody profiteers from it.
Okay. If we look ahead a week, 2 weeks, a month, what are the key signals that would indicate to you that the supply situation remains secure, that we're in a good place?
I think if you see the airlines move back into
Good morning, it's 10 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The UAE has entered the world's top 10 exporting countries according to the latest World Trade Organization report. This achievement highlights the UAE's role as a key hub in international supply chains. Goods and services trade rose from about $950 billion, I beg your pardon, in 2021 to over $1.6 trillion in 2025. Exports now make up for more than half of the goods trade, while services exports reached 61%. The growth gave the UAE a trade surplus of 584 billion dirhams last year. Dr. Thani Al-Zayudi, the Minister of Foreign Trade, says this success shows the UAE's strong economy and global competitiveness. The country plans to expand its trade network, helping Emirati exporters reach new markets. Dubai has approved new economic measures letting hotels and businesses defer key fees for 3 months. The move, announced by His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Crown Prince of Dubai, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense of the UAE, is in effect from April 1st, 2026. Hotels can postpone sale fees on rooms and food, plus the tourism dirham fees. The relief covers hotels, hotel apartments, and holiday homes. Other businesses can defer license fees, service charges, newspaper announcement fees, waste management, and more. Authorities said updates will be provided at the end of the 3-month period, helping ease short-term cost pressures across the economy. Dubai Chamber of Commerce reports that over 2,700 new companies joined in March, showing the city's strong appeal to investors. The real estate, renting, and the business services sector led with 41%, followed by trading and services at 30%, construction at 15%, and social and personal services at 9%. Officials say this growth reflects decades of efforts to make Dubai a top destination for business. Mohammed bin Rashid Luta, CEO of Dubai Chambers, says the Emirates' resilience and global connections help it create new opportunities across sectors. Dubai municipality will open 35 new parks this year, investing 348 million dirhams. The parks will cover over 340,000 square meters and serve 23 residential communities. The move is part of the Dubai Parks and Greenery strategy under the Dubai 2040 Urban Master Plan. It also aligns with the Blue and Green Spaces Roadmap 2030. Badr Anwahi, the CEO of the Public Facilities Agency, says the new parks will expand public spaces, enhance well-being, and strengthen community ties across the city. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
It's gold next at Mira Business FM. Jeff Rhodes, the Managing Director for Business Development across the Middle East and Asia at Monetary Metals. We haven't spoken to Jeff for a couple of weeks, but he's with us next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, the sound of success.
This is Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive, and let's talk to Jeff Rhodes, Managing Director for Business Development across the Middle East and Asia at Monetary Metals. Jeff, it's I don't know, we've missed you. It's been a couple of weeks.
Yeah, it has. It seemed longer, actually, Tim.
Yeah.
I was traveling in North America. I haven't been there for ages. Actually, I've never been to the West Coast before.
Right.
11 hours time difference. It is not easy. Really, it's not easy. And I spent 2 weeks not really knowing what time of day it was. And I'm back. I'm pleased to be back.
Well, welcome back, and absence makes the heart grow fonder and all that stuff, Jeff. But I feel your pain, actually. I've only been to America once, and it was the jet lag going that way rather than this way was awful.
Did you ever do 11 hours? I mean, 11 hours time difference.
No, never that much, no, but...
Yeah, I lived and worked in New York twice in the 80s, and that's not too bad. I mean, it was 5 hours between the UK, London, and New York, and that was kind of okay. But trying to do 11 hours, and the worst thing, Tim, is that you're always behind the curve. You're always behind the clock. And where we are in Dubai, honestly, I've always said it. It's the perfect location to run a global business because you touch every time zone. And I love being here and having spent as I say, nearly 2 weeks on the west coast of North America. I'm so pleased to be back. I feel as though I've got my life back again.
Well, good to have you here. We'll talk about gold in a second. I just wanted to read you something because it occurs to me, and this is from a friend of yours, and it's from an article here over the weekend, and it's a number of people, Jeff, commenting on the government's support package. They've pumped in $1 billion dirhams to help businesses through an uncertain time. And Ahmed bin Sulayem, the chairman of DMCC, has said something, talking about how it's a move that strengthens Dubai's position as a global business hub. But he said something really interesting to me. And I mentioned this to our guest just now, but I think it's something that you'll maybe have a comment on. This package, talking about the whole investment package, the support package, underscores what Dubai's continued commitment, if you like, to providing a stable, enabling environment for businesses. That's fine, all true. But this is what interested me. Reinforcing its position as a natural hub, and it's that word natural that's kind of leapt out at me, a natural hub for companies looking to grow internationally. And it's kind of him saying, why would you be anywhere else? Why would you look to anywhere else? This is the place you should be. It's a real statement of confidence, I thought.
Absolutely. And I've always, Tim, when I first came to Dubai in 1997, and I was co-opted onto a gold conference, and I put up on the screen my business plan, which was simply a map of the Emirates Airlines, map of the world, their routes. And I pointed out where Dubai was physically in the very middle as the hub of the world of physical gold, of north, south, east, and west. Everything meets in Dubai from a physical gold perspective. And he's spot on correct. And as I say, I think I don't believe there is a better place in the world to run a global gold business than Dubai. He's spot on, absolutely.
Yeah. It's just a phrase that kind of resonated. So let's talk about gold, Jeff. It's been a while since we've seen you. Last week, gold between about 4,500, 47.50 US dollars a troy ounce. Yeah. Week before that, and I'm going to go back a couple of weeks because it's been a while since we've seen you. So let's look back to March, 23rd of March onwards. Gold extending the biggest weekly loss in 83 years, a fresh 4-month low at one point. And from then on, I thought we could adapt our steady Eddie phrase to an unsteady Eddie phrase, because we've seen, it's been volatility, hasn't it?
Yeah, look, not true. The sell-off was relentless. There's no doubt. But it hit a very important point, 4,100, a key level of technical support. Right. And from there, it's kind of worked its way steadily higher. Just to put something into context, where did the selling come from? Well, we now know that it's reported that the Central Bank of Turkey sold 120 tons of gold, a lot of gold, over a 2-week period. And given that liquidation or selling of gold has performed remarkably well. What was the selling all about? I think it was just to steady the ship in Turkey. Obviously, they are big consumers of energy, of crude, and with prices going through the roof, they made that move to sell some of its gold, but the market took it. And it's up. And technically, I noted over the weekend that there is a strong probability this week of what we call a MACD, moving average convergence and divergence technical indicator, giving a buy signal. Now, when these MACD moves take place, they can be extremely significant. And so that tells me that sooner rather than later, we're going to be back above $5,000.
Okay. I mean, that's something that you pointed to. I'm just trying to look for my dates here. The last time we spoke, you felt gold was set for a rally back towards that kind of pivotal level. That's what, 2 weeks ago. And it looks like that's going to be borne out then?
It does, yeah. It does. So I'm quite pleased with our performance in terms of predictions last week. Although I was in North America, I did manage to get out the weekly report, and we kind of got it spot on, to be honest with you. And for me, it'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow, because of course London and most of Europe is closed today, and some parts of Asia. So we don't really have an active market. When New York opens later, we'll see what's been the effect of last Friday. It was quite amazing. The Americans, the US, published their non-farm payrolls on Friday when gold was closed. So we haven't seen the market react to that, or the New York market react to that. I suspect there might be a little bit of a push on to test 4,600 today, but I believe it will hold. And as I say, we're about to see a technical buy signal, and that has been extremely accurate, certainly since I've been watching the MACD over the last few years. So that points to $5,000 definitely.
It's interesting. You're talking about being, on the money, and I remain unsurprised that you are on the money, Jeff, because your record is pretty good here. But one of your daily reports the week before last, it was towards the end of the week before last, you quoted the vice president, the senior metal strategist at Zayna Metals, a guy called Peter Grant, will need to see some further easing of inflation concerns to start thinking about the possibility of another US rate cut at some point this year. Gold could get back up to $5,000 if that were to become the case. There have been these signs for a while, people pointing to the level that you have predicted, but no more clarity on whether there are going to be any rate cuts, of course.
But it won't be rate cut. Look, at the moment, I think the rate cut is off the table. It's quite conceivable that we get a rate hike. Because there's no doubt that oil prices where they are and will have a significant impact on the rate of inflation. And we're going to see that. The latest CPI is due to be published at the end of this week. So that's going to be, there's no doubt that's going to be a strong number. But if it's temporary or not, it depends how long the conflict goes on for, Tim. So if there's an early resolution, that's fine. But I mean, the last thing we need is for to drag on. But definitely it will have an impact on inflation. And if you have rising inflation, you can't cut interest rates. That would be foolish. But it does mean we'll probably hold steady and leave rates where they are. After all, interest rates of between 3.5% and 4% are fair on both sides of the balance sheet, in my view.
Can I ask you a question, Jeff? There's kind of a conundrum at the moment, and I wonder if I'm extrapolating too much here. But why is it that defensives like Swiss equities, for example, or obviously gold, don't seem to have quite the same safe haven appeal at the moment? Or am I reading too much into this?
No, I think you are overthinking it, Tim. Okay. To be honest with you,
tell me the truth.
This is look. What we've seen saw a big rally in the dollar. We saw weakness in equities, and margin calls to be made where people are losing. And when you have a margin call, you liquidate the assets that are in the money. Of course, obviously, gold is very much in the money.
Yeah.
And so there has been selling, and there's no doubt one of the big drivers of investment into gold or out of gold is driven by US dollar interest rates. The higher US dollar interest rates are the more is the opportunity cost of leaving your money in gold. If you had it in dollars and dollar interest rates going up or staying as they are, still relatively attractive, because gold in theory has a zero interest rate. And so that's been the problem, that the rising inflation because of oil prices means no rate cuts, which is not good for gold. If there were rate cuts, that would be good for gold. And so that, in a nutshell, is why gold has not been rallying, and the other safe haven assets have not been rallying as much. But of course, there is some good news on the horizon, and that it is possible to gain yield from your physical gold holdings. And more about that if anyone wants to contact me, Tim.
That's always the case. I feel much more confident in the world according to Jeff Rhodes now. I've not had a chance to read your weekly report yet. I've just literally glanced through it, but I thought maybe we could run through it now. I took the headlines from the 4 days last week. Yeah. Friday obviously closed for Good Friday, but Monday gold regains a foothold back above the pivotal 4,500 level on safe haven buying. Tuesday, precious metals surged as strong buying in gold led the sector higher. Wednesday, gold extended its rally into a fourth successive day on hopes of a de-escalation in the conflict. And then on Thursday, gold and silver posted losses after President Trump's speech to the nation, but the PGMs ended on a strong note. So much of a muchness over the week.
Yeah. Look, let me follow up. You didn't get a chance. I think it's on page number 3, where I talk about the week ahead.
Yeah.
So. This is what I wrote, and I did write it yesterday, so it wasn't after the fact, but before the fact.
Okay.
However, before that, we could see. Here we go. Right. It's also worth watching the charts that are poised to flag a MACD crossover buy signal that could trigger a break above key resistance pegged at 4,800 with a price north of $5,000, the minimum target for technical traders. However, before that, we could see an early sell-off on Monday towards the 100-day moving average pegged at 4,650 in reaction to the much stronger than expected US employment report that was released on Friday. So that happened. Yeah. We got down towards 4,600 this morning, and it bounced back towards 4,700. But the hair is off and running. Now, our projected range for this week is 4,650 to 5,050. And I also mentioned the fact that the Central Bank of Turkey sold 120 tons over a 2-week period, a huge amount of gold, explaining the dramatic decline to 4,100. But that was more to do with blunting the impact of rising fuel costs, and is probably a one-off.
Right.
So basically, fairly bullish. For me, fairly bullish. I've nailed my colours to the mast. I think we're going back above $5,000 this week.
Well, 5,050 is kind of the golden cheese, isn't it? That's the award winner this week, I suppose.
That is. Yeah, it would be. But The markets are interesting. Silver it had a good week last week. It had a had a sell-off on Thursday, but that was up around 5%. But the PGMs had a good week. We had platinum up 7% and palladium up 9% last week. So it's quite interesting, Tim. With the PGMs, there is a conference held every year in London in May, the London Platinum and Palladium Metals Week. And it's funny the way the prices always tend to rally ahead of that get-together. So maybe they have a bit of a glimpse into the various reports that are going to be released in May. But I think both platinum and palladium had a very good week, and they look as though they're going higher. Silver's hanging in there. I wouldn't say it's anything dramatic, but also all four of the precious metals have potentially a MACD crossover to the upside in their favour this week.
You certainly seem, Jeff, generally speaking, and looking, from what I can see, you're on Zoom this morning, unfortunately, but there's a level of positivity in you I'm detecting.
It's there. Yeah, it's back.
Yeah.
As I say, over the last couple of weeks, it's been difficult, but I kind of got some good sleep over the weekend and sort of woke up having a certain clarity of thought that hadn't been there for the last 2 weeks. But although the actual numbers were spot on for the week, but I didn't feel comfortable. I wasn't really in control of my thoughts, but I'm back. And I do think that gold is back, and the other three precious metals will follow as well. I think we're in for a bit of a rally.
Okay. Did you ever think...
Could be much of a rally, actually.
Well...
Could be a lot of a rally.
Over the 5,050...
Off we go.
Yeah, okay. And when you talk about a lot of a rally, much of a rally, just how much of a rally are you pointing towards? I always do this, I apologise, but, I'm always interested in your thoughts.
Yeah, a fresh high of the year, 5,700. Yeah. It looks good. I mean, it had the correction.
Yeah.
It had the correction and it held. Okay.
Yeah.
There could be, with London and the Europe markets closed, there could be, as I say, there could still be some fresh weakness. But as I've got older, I've got more and more belief in the charts. Maybe because it's easier just to look at a picture. A picture paints 1,000 words. So, I look at those charts and I feel, this is looking good.
Well, it's always good to talk to people who are feeling positive. I'll tell you that. And I could do with a little bit of the infectious nature of that. What have I missed? What have I not asked you today that I should ask you? Because it seems as though in the last couple of weeks, we've seen... It feels like in the UAE that we are kind of paused because we're uncertain. We're waiting to see what's happening. And I feel as though... I don't know, precious metals to me haven't been as exciting or intricate perhaps as, a few months ago at least.
No, you're absolutely right, Tim. But I think generally we're all in, everyone has hit the pause button.
Yeah.
We're waiting to see where the conflict goes. I'm personally very confident that we'll have an early resolution and we'll be back to business as usual. I do believe that. You mentioned the $1 billion injection into the economy in the UAE. It's fantastic. It really is. It really is. And it kind of, I'm British, but it makes me very proud to be here in this such a positive environment. So even when things are difficult, we have good things going on. And I do think that positivity, you will be infected by it. Tim, don't worry. You'll sit down and you go, you know what, Jeff's right. We have a lot to be thankful for, and I'm very positive about the short term, medium, and long term aspects and opportunities for this country.
I've got to say,
I think it's really great.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, I'm very much usually a person, the glass is half full, to be honest with you. I do, I try and think that way. And I think I think there is a certain power. And I for years, I wasn't sure about this, but I think there is a power in thinking positively because it's better to be that way. It's pretty simple.
It feels better.
It does.
It feels better to be positive than negative. And I would say with my time difference problems over the last 2 weeks, I probably was in a bit of a funk myself.
Really?
But then, as I say, I had a good sleep, woke up. It's very clear in my mind that things can only get better, and they will get better. And certainly, I always feel better when gold's going up. It's
sure. That's the pattern of your
life. It gives
life.
me a degree. It is, yeah. I mean, so and Tim, we have a new manager as well.
I didn't want to bring this up because I wasn't sure how much of a, I didn't want to put the knife in at all to the Tottenham Hotspur aspect of things, Jeff. But I'm pleased for you.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about the FA Cup? All right.
Oh, I've watched it.
And this is much more interesting. Did you watch it?
I did watch it. That was a game. And you're talking about West Ham United and Leeds United, I'm guessing. What a game that was. For a neutral in that, and I'm obviously on the West Ham side, but for a neutral, what a game of football.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tremendous.
So it's very good.
Do you know what?
And Spurs got their third manager of the year.
Yes.
Not bad.
Well, let's hope it's upwards from here. Who knows? Jeff, always good to talk to you. Will we get the pleasure of your company at the end of this week, perhaps?
I will. I will be bright and early. 10 o'clock?
10 o'clock Friday morning. We'll see you then.
Looking forward to it. I shall bring the coffees.
I'm going to hold you to that. Jeff Rhodes is the MD for Business Development, Middle East and Asia at Monetary Metals. Always good to see you, Jeff. Thank you.
Thanks, Sim. Take care.
Appreciate it. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, the sound of success.
Good morning, it's 10:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Dubai Chamber of Commerce reports that over 2,700 new companies joined in March, showing the city's strong appeal to investors. The real estate, renting and business services sector led with 41%, followed by trading and services at 30%, construction at 15% and social and personal services at 9%. Officials say this growth reflects decades of efforts to make Dubai a top destination for business. Mohammed Ali Rashid Luta, CEO of Dubai Chambers, says the Emirates' resilience and global connections help it create new opportunities across sectors. Dubai Municipality will open 35 new parks this year, investing 350 million dirhams. The parks will cover over 340,000 square meters and serve 23 residential communities. The move is part of the Dubai Parks and Greenery strategy under the Dubai 2040 Urban Master Plan. It also aligns with the Blue and Green Spaces Roadmap 2030. Dubai's Roads and Transport Authority has introduced dedicated sensory rooms at Al Satwa in Oud Meta metro stations for individuals with autism. These rooms offer a calm and supportive environment, helping people with sensory sensitivities travel more comfortably. The initiative is part of RDA's commitment to making public transport accessible and inclusive for all, including people of determination and their families. Officials say that this move reflects Dubai's vision to be a city that caters to everyone, reinforcing its leadership in inclusive urban mobility. Oil prices rose, bonds fell, and stocks were mixed at the start of trading in Asia today. U.S. crude WTI rose above $114 a barrel, overtaking Brent for the first time in years. This unusual move shows growing stress in oil markets. Brent traded above $111, while the UAE Murban crude climbed over $115. Traders want barrels that can bypass the Strait of Hormuz. Analysts say the market is worried about how oil can be delivered, not just supplied. Tensions in the Middle East, especially involving Iran, are keeping energy markets on edge. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin today is trading at almost $69,000. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.31 Indian rupees, 75.92 Pakistani rupees, 33.35 Bangladeshi taka, 16.49 Philippine peso, 14.80 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.85 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM. Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's the Morning Drive. This is Mira Business FM. Good morning. Recent geopolitical tensions have affected critical digital infrastructure. Reports show cloud operations in Bahrain were disrupted. Major platforms like AWS, Amazon Web Services were impacted recently. So for businesses across the region, it is a wake-up call of sorts. Resilience is no longer only about cybersecurity, it's about survival. Disaster recovery kind of moved from IT support to the C-suite, and Chief Information Security Officers, or CISOs, are increasingly being asked to take ownership of business continuity. That's the topic that we want to get into this morning in this segment. Naji Salami is the CEO of IT Max Global, which is a company that works on digital transformation, innovation, cybersecurity, and more, and is with me. It's good to meet you.
Well, thank you for having me.
It's good to have you here. I wanted to start, actually, before we jump into the main topic, about a little bit about your business, because you're international. You work in the UAE, you work in Lebanon, Pakistan, South Africa, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, so bases in Kinshasa and Brazzaville as well. Just tell me how the relationship with Africa, how did that come about?
Well, actually, from the get-go, from our launch in 2010, we decided that we want to be a regional company, and we were working with customers and enterprises across the Middle East and Africa. Now, to support customers across the region, we had, of course, set up several offices, the one that you mentioned, and several others as well. And from these offices, we're catering to all of the various enterprises across the region.
Okay. Naji, we've spent years worrying about hackers in basements, or the classic image of the spotty teenager, slightly disgruntled in the bedroom, hacking away at night. But that's really changed. The threat to data centers now, to critical IT infrastructure, has moved from the virtual really to the physical. I guess. Moving to the cloud meant that data was safe, or at least that's what we thought. But how is the definition of risk, how has that changed in 2026?
Yeah, very good question. So it has changed quite a lot. The risk was always probably known to some of the C Club, but probably not taken seriously. Now this is a wake-up call, as you mentioned it. This has pushed the enterprises to revisit their disaster recovery strategy, their business continuity strategy, to relook at every single aspect of it, to make sure that they are really built in a resilient way and they're able to absorb any kind of downtime.
Is that what your clients are talking to you now about? Is that the message that you're receiving at the moment?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, many customers wants to make sure that they are protected, that they have proper backup policy, proper DR strategies, proper, business continuity plans, all of that. So this is a main topic on the mind of many of our customers today.
How about the recent cloud infrastructure outages? I mentioned AWS in Bahrain, for example. Twice, I think, there were issues. How is that changing the way organizations think about risk? Because AWS is a huge part of cloud infrastructure.
Yeah, so AWS was hosting customers, like enterprises who want a virtual environment or some kind of container environment to host their data. And also it was hosting SaaS providers, global SaaS providers, across the globe, who are also offering enterprise services or services to the enterprise. So all of that, have impacted, customers throughout the region. I have to say there were some premium vendors hosted into that, Amazon data centers. Having said that, now the customers are looking at that and saying, the business continuity strategy is not only about the solution hosted in my data center. How are my cloud services and how are my partner services? The partners are providing software as services. What kind of business continuity plan they have to make sure that any kind of downtime, they have a backup plan for it to be able to recover from it.
The ability to shift data globally is it's a pretty technical feat. We've seen AWS and others help customers migrate workload to other regions, in real time. There's a unique challenge, I think, for Middle Eastern businesses who need to keep their data on home soil. And looking at the current landscape, do you think it's time to move beyond these kind of concentrated hubs towards maybe a more decentralized sort of regional grid? Is that something that we should be considering?
Well, the answer of that is, is by the regulation. The regulation, not only in the GCC, but also across the globe, they mandate that certain data have to reside in country. So in no situation, the country needs to reside in country, and rightfully so. You have a lot of information that should not really cascade outside the border of the country where the information is residing. Having said that, this doesn't really stop from building a proper business continuity plan, right? So you can always have, a proper business continuity plan in country where you have your primary data, you have your DR data, you have also another backup sitting somewhere, in a third location. That will help you to be, as ready as possible to absorb any kind of downtime, whether that's resultant from a cybersecurity attack or from a total outage of a data center.
You're a person that's advocated for a while for digital transformation. It's a major part of your business, and we're now seeing chief information security officers being kind of pulled into board meetings to talk about stuff that maybe they didn't used to talk about, shipping routes or site security or regional power grids, for example. Mm-hmm. So kind of being tasked with owning disaster recovery, particularly at the moment, not just kind of incident response. Do you have CISOs or Chief Information Security Officers kind of become Chief Resilience Officers when you consider where we are now in the current climate, at least?
Yeah, so for the last several years, the CISO's role has evolved and has expanded, right? It has expanded across because of the digital transformation, as you mentioned, right? Sure. A lot of the digital services are ongoing that have kind of moved the CISO role from just a person that's handling the security or just a department that's handling the security all the way to a business leader within the organization. So the CISO is a person as part of the C club, making business decisions as well, right? And has the power to go across different departments, right, in order to ensure that the business continuity and the resiliency is built as a core foundation of the organization, not really built as an add-on to the organization. So yes, business leaders or CISOs are into this role, and of course, whenever you have the whole AI transformation, you have more AI threats ongoing right now. You need somebody that will be looking at the different, at your AI rollout, for instance. And a lot of times, the AI rollout is being handled by the CISO in some organization to make sure that the protection of the data is there. And then, for instance, you look at the DevOps, for instance, within the companies. The CISO plays a good role into making sure that the development is indeed secure from the get-go in the code, as opposed to come in as a plugin on the top later on down the road.
It's an increasingly important role, isn't it? Not just resilience officers, almost bridging officers in some ways as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. What's the difference between incident response and real business resilience? Could you define the two?
Yeah, absolutely. So incident response is a response to an incident, like, for instance, a cyber threat or cyber penetration. So while resilience is looking at the infrastructure to make sure that the business is ready to absorb any kind of downtime, regardless of the face of the downtime. If it's a total data center outage, if it's an internet outage, if it's a SIP trunk outage, or whatever kind of outage we're talking about.
In the past, disaster recovery was an insurance policy you hoped you'd never have to use.
Yeah.
Right? If the headline earlier this week was 700,000 cyber attacks a day. It's a very dramatic headline, but it has drastically increased because of where we are now in this current kind of economic climate, the conflict climate that we're in. Physical infrastructure obviously has been under threat and is under threat as well. Is disaster recovery now kind of a daily operation requirement rather than, just in case. It's a plan for just in case.
Yeah, so actually, disaster recovery should be daily requirement even under normal circumstances.
Right.
You have to ensure that you have a proper way of backing up the data, right? If you're not monitoring the backup of the data on a regular basis, you're not going to have, a backup, whether we're talking about you're backing up to another virtual environment or you're backing up to another disk, you're not going to have a reliable backup that you're going to be able to recover. So this is, disaster recovery and resiliency should be part of the core foundation. And if you don't build that in the way you operate, it's not going to be there to support you whenever you need it to support you.
Realistically, how do companies prepare for outages in cloud services or data center services? What do you advise?
Well, I would say the preparedness of the companies varies across different vertical, varies across different countries. We have, for instance, the banking sector across the GCC. I would say it's very ready because the regulator mandates all of the DR requirements, and that's an excellent thing. And of course, it supervises that as well, every once in a while. So you have some verticals that are ready, while you have other verticals that their readiness is, it depends, right? Depends on the organization. Some have created a DR environment where they can, operate from another geographical center. Some are backing up the data, but I would say overall, many organizations are still, not really prepared for this, mainly due of the governance and the testing that is lacking. So if you have a DR strategy where you're not really testing it, where you're not really governing it, it's not going to give you the result that you need whenever you need that insurance policy.
It's kind of the answer I feared, to be honest with you. It's kind of the answer I expected, because it always seems as though it's a case of, well, it's not happened, so it won't happen, and there's a scramble to catch up when things do happen. What are the biggest gaps that you see in business continuity planning?
The testing and the governance, and the testing is not a one-time thing, right? It's an ongoing thing. Like I mentioned before, first you have to look at the monitoring of the data. You have to monitor that the backup is happening, that the backup to the VM or the backup to the tape or whatever, it's really in place and it's ongoing on a regular basis. You have to do some recovery test every once in a while, where you take a virtual machine and you bring it back up, again, or you take a database and you recover that database. You have to look at different aspects, of this and test it on a going basis, all the way up to, to complete dry run of your infrastructure environment, to make sure that you are really ready to use that insurance policy in case you need it.
It's a mindset, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's a mindset of how you operate on a day-to-day basis. And it's a mindset that it needs to be across the whole organization, not necessarily only across the IT department, but also across the business leaders throughout the organization.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for you, I guess, it's second nature. It's just part of existing in your space. But how do you encourage that kind of thinking? Because this needs to be second nature. It's just something that happens, and almost as though you don't notice it. That's kind of the way it needs to be viewed, isn't it, in an organization?
Yeah, absolutely. So it needs to be built as part of the day-to-day operation. It needs to have a top-down push. You need to have the right investment into it. Of course, you cannot oversize it. It will become very expensive. You don't want to undersize it as well. It will not give you the right push or a right result whenever you need it. So you need to look at it from a pragmatic perspective, to look at every mission-critical application and build what we call the right recovery point objective, right RPO or right RTO. Basically, how much data you're able to lose and you can live with, and how fast you can recover, right? Those are two key criteria to look at it, and you don't want to establish aggressive RPO or TO for some of these applications because it becomes super expensive, to build it and to operate it on a day-to-day basis.
I love the acronyms. I'm getting to grips with the IT acronyms, the RTOs of the world. You got IT Max Global, your company. You work extensively on innovation, right? Are you seeing a surge in demand for sovereign clouds, infrastructure that's owned and operated within, countries within the UAE or within Saudi Arabia, for example, that can operate independently of the global hyperscalers, if necessary?
Well, this is happening across the region. Many African countries have their own data center today, more than one in some situations. Yeah, depending on which country we're talking about. It's happening in Europe. It's happening all over, right? So have a sovereign cloud is important for the government, vertical. It's important for some of the verticals as well, like banking, like healthcare in some situation. So yeah, we're seeing that happening, and it's happening all over the world.
How should organizations rethink their reliance on a single cloud provider or a single region?
So you need to look at your mission critical application that's going to impact your revenue, right? Or for instance, can be mission critical application because those cannot afford to go down. As an example, you might be able to live with some downtime, but not a lot of downtime. And for those, you need to build another geographical application in the geographical center with a expectation back to the business on what is the RPO and the RTO that you can deliver back in front in case of an outage. So yes, we're looking at multi-cloud we've been deploying multi-cloud for many customers across the region for a long time. And this is needed for a mission critical application. You don't want to do that for every single application because it becomes very expensive, right?
Sure.
So you want to build that for a right application that cannot afford to go down.
And that's critical in resilience terms as well, of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. You were talking about CISOs, Chief Information Security Officers, just now. And this just kind of pops into my head. How do you, as a Chief Information Security Officer, effectively communicate? What kind of language do you have to choose? What attitude do you need to have if you're talking to a board of directors who may not have the same, that level of awareness that you do? How do you communicate cyber security and resilience, cyber risks and resilience risks to boards, to CEOs who are consumed by so many other aspects of the business?
Yeah, so this is the tough part, right? Because every organization has a limitation on the budget, right? And where do we put the budget? Do we put it on projects that are revenue producing, or do we put it into a disaster recovery plan or a business continuity plan? So this decision needs to be done very carefully. I think the best way for a CISO to articulate the case is to look at it from a financial perspective. What is a downtime going to be costing the company from a business perspective? What is going to be the impact on the image of the company, on the branding of the company? What's going to be the impact on the customers, right? And how much we're going to be able to retain the customers in case an outage has happened. When you look at it from an ROI perspective, when you look at all these elements and you translate them into an ROI, which sometimes is not really straightforward, sometimes this might be debatable, right? From an ROI perspective, I think this is the most effective way a CISO can make their case to make sure at least they're building the right resiliency for the critical application that they have.
You mentioned AI just now very briefly. We're all talking about AI, of course, a great deal at the moment, but of late, much more about how AI can power attacks. How does predictive intelligence work? Say to move, a client's data before disruption happens. Can AI really sense, a digital storm is on the way? I'm asking, I think.
Yeah, of course you can automate, many different things when it comes to the recovery of the data, when it comes to, how you fall back into fail. Keep in mind that when things happen, when a disaster happen, one key element is the people that you have, right? How are you going to operate the business? It's not only about the technology. The technology is only one single part of it, right? Where is my technical people going to be, all right? The technical people, I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is I need to take care of my family, right? That will be the first priority on anybody's mind, and rightfully so. So we need to, think about all these different scenarios whenever, we're planning a certain scenario, and cater for that. So if automating as much things as possible, and there's a lot of things you can do in automation today, that makes it extremely appealing. Of course, you cannot automate everything. You always have that human intervention that needs to happen. But there's a lot of things that can be automated at this stage.
If you are hit with a real crisis, what priorities should you have as a chief information security officer? What are the first three things that you should be focusing on?
Okay, so I would say the first thing is to contain the threat, right? You have to contain the threat and stabilize the situation. So contain the threat means understanding of the threat, and in terms of security, you have to understand how the hacker went into the network, right? And really understand it to be able to stabilize the environment. The second thing is about recovery of the application. And of course, you have when you want to recover the application, you need to have priorities. What is priority 1? What is priority 2? What is priority 3? And focus on it from that angle, because every single person across the entire organization is going to say, I want my application and I want it now. Sure. And everybody is going to be in a chaos at that point in time. And I would say the third step is communication. So as a CISO, you need to communicate back to the leadership of the organization. You need to communicate back to your employees as well, right? And it's easy under those situations for you to be under a lot of pressure, right? So you need to be able to set a plan around the communication. How you communicate back every hour or every 2 hours, depending on the situation, back to the leadership. This way, they can communicate to their end user client or to their other stakeholders across the organization.
Communication is key, clearly. What is a good disaster recovery plan?
Good morning, it's 11 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Dubai municipality will open 35 new parks this year, investing about 350 million dirhams. The parks will cover over 340,000 square meters and serve 23 residential communities. The move is part of the Dubai Parks and Greenery strategy under the Dubai 2040 Urban Master Plan. It also aligns with the Blue and Green Spaces Roadmap 2030. The new park's opening will expand public spaces, enhance well-being, and strengthen community ties across the city. Dubai has approved new economic measures letting hotels and businesses defer key fees for 3 months. The move, announced by His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Crown Prince of Dubai, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense of the UAE, is in effect from April 1st, 2026. Hotels can postpone sales of fees on rooms and food, plus the tourism dirham. The relief covers hotels, hotel apartments, and holiday homes. Other businesses can defer license fees, service charges, newspaper, announcement fees, waste management, and more. Authorities said updates will be provided at the end of the 3-month period, helping ease short-term cost pressures across the economy. The UAE has entered the world's top 10 exporting countries according to the latest World Trade Organization report. The achievement highlights the UAE's role as a key hub in international supply chains. Goods and services trade rose from about 950 billion US dollars in 2021 to over 1.6 trillion US dollars in 2025. Exports now make up more than half of the goods trade, while services exports reached 61%. The growth gave the UAE a trade surplus of 584 billion dirhams last year. Dr. Thani Al-Ziyudi, the Minister of Foreign Trade, says this success shows the UAE's strong economy and global competitiveness. The country plans to expand its trade network, helping Emirati exporters reach new markets. Oil prices rose, bonds fell, and stocks were mixed at the start of the trading in Asia today. U.S. crude WTI rose above 114 US dollars a barrel, overtaking Brent for the first time in years. This unusual move shows growing stress in oil markets. Brent traded above 111 US dollars, while UAE Murban crude climbed over 115 US dollars. Traders want barrels that can bypass the Strait of Hormuz. Analysts say the market is worried about how oil can be delivered, not just supplied. Tensions in the Middle East, especially involving Iran, are keeping energy markets on edge. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more. Mira Business FM, the sound of success.
It's the morning drive. AI-powered scams are becoming harder to detect. They are more convincing, increasingly automated. They target everything from romance all the way to investments, you name it. But how is artificial intelligence fueling a surge in global financial fraud? What does it mean for consumers, for companies, for regulators? How does it impact the likes of us? Baz Faruqi is an investigative journalist with Khaleej Times. He's been tracking the growing threat of AI-driven scams, among other things. But I have to say, it's nice to see you. Nice to see you looking so well and so rested, Baz.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Good to have you back. You shared something fairly personal with Michael, the producer of this show. Over the past few months, you've been reporting on a multi-million-dollar Forex, what's the word? Racket. Really, isn't it? Your stories have led to court cases all over the UAE, I gather. That you've been subject to travel bans, all sorts of stuff has happened. But I can see from your eyes, it's a little bit better now, isn't it? Just
absolutely.
give us the details.
So what happened was that I think from 2025 end or mid, we uncovered a huge racket which involved multiple dodgy companies who were encouraging people to invest in online trading. So what they do is that they have dodgy licenses from other jurisdictions, set up shop in Dubai, and then they have call centers where people cold call people and encourage them to invest in online trading.
Yeah.
And because the profits are so good on the screen, people are encouraged to invest. And of course, when they lose the money, there is no one to chase because the companies are not even registered here. So we uncovered this racket, and that led to a crackdown, and many of the companies were shut down. But of course, when you do something like this, there are pushbacks. So before I could realize what was happening, I realized that there were like multiple cases against me across various jurisdictions. And of course, it comes with a lot of challenges because, you file a case and defamation case. And some of the cases were so hilarious, like one case that was filed and which I got a verdict. So all the cases are off. They've been thrown out. I have huge faith in the judiciary system of the country. So because they had no legs, they were thrown out. But they were hilarious. Mazhar Faruqi called me and threatened me. Okay, fine. Where are the call records? This is it. They submit a call record showing they called me. It was like... So you're basically calling me to get threatened.
Right.
But because they hire lawyers, they have a lot of money, they have deep pockets. Now, this company that went after me, so I had a huge sense of satisfaction because just last week it was the UAE regulator on its website issued a public advisory warning people against the same companies that we expose. So yeah, I feel good about it, and
I
also
can-
the fact that their cases were thrown out.
Well, there was a case thrown out in Dubai last week. You've been acquitted in Sharjah as well.
Yeah.
These
Sharjah
are
was-
similar complaints against
Yeah,
you.
so what they do is that, filing across, and it's basically harassment. And the funny thing is that before we filed this story, they approached us and said, why do you want to do the story? I said, well, because we have people coming to us and they have lost money. And when residents approach us or write to us with their stories, we have to look into it.
Yeah.
And they had filed cases and all of that. So they had a lawyer, not here, but overseas, so supposedly. So he called me and said, why don't we settle it out? Why don't we resolve the dispute? I said, I don't have any dispute with you. I'm just doing so I want your statement. Because here we have people losing money, someone lose 100,000, someone lose $200,000, and it's a lot of money. And these are hard-earned savings, lifetime saving.
And these were people preying on, very often, older people, weren't
Older
they, as
people,
well? Yeah.
and they have either taken huge loans from the bank, and basically, okay, you need to do your due diligence, but we can't really blame them because the format is so well made. They are forging documents, they are claiming they are from the country, they are regulated, and if you want to actually go and meet them, what they have done, and I really appreciate their evil genius, although I don't want to. So what they've done is that I want to meet you. Please come over. So they have taken up very fancy meeting rooms in top establishments, and when you go there, you'll think that this is their office.
Yeah.
Because you have someone serving coffee, there's a big screen which shows the company's number, someone handing brochures. So you are saying, okay, they're legitimate. But this is just a meeting room. It's just like meeting someone at Starbucks.
Yeah.
So this is how it works. So when this supposed lawyer approached me and I said, well, we have so many victims. Okay, I'll call you next day. Next day he calls me and he has the audacity to tell me that the company has generously agreed to set aside $700,000 and we give it to you, and then you can decide who to give.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
lovely.
basically it was they couldn't say that this is a bribe. And then you can see whether you want to give it to someone or you decide. I said, we don't do this. We just want your statement. We don't want anything else. We just want, Then they reminded me of the UAE laws. I said, yeah, that's fine. We just want to know whether you are authorized by UAE regulators to collect money. Where is your office? And what about these claims? So I'm glad that the UAE regulatory they flagged them, and now they had to. I mean, they didn't have any shop, but now they have been named and shamed. So which is good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's going to be very difficult going forward.
Yeah, but what is sad is that people who invest money, the likelihood of them getting the money back is very remote, because the money once it's gone into this.
Well, where has the money gone is the question, isn't it? Has anybody got any money back from these?
See, historically, what you have seen is that people who lose money in these dodgy schemes very rarely have they been able to recover money, because the whole apparatus is set in a manner is that what they do is that they have some people who are they just for the namesake they are the company owners, but before the scam uncovers, they whisk them out of the country. So even if you win a case against them in a court, and the court orders that this company has to pay,
Sure.
they don't have any tangible assets. They already cleared their bank accounts. They have an office which is a rented space. So what can you liquidate or So it's very tricky.
Yeah, it's a familiar story, isn't it? You win the judgment, and it's yes, I've beaten them, but there's nothing
Yeah.
to get in the end from it apart from the satisfaction, I suppose.
Which is why I'm so glad that not just the police of Dubai and Abu Dhabi and Ministry of Interior, but as well as regulatory bodies every few days they raise awareness, they issue on their website as well as on Twitter, asking people to be wary. And Dubai police, for that matter, I mean, if you look at the number of messages they share to create awareness, but because Dubai is people come every few days, it's a very so people tend to fall for the scams.
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, you're well known with Dubai police these days, aren't you? This is not the first scam that you followed.
Yeah, I know, especially because of these court cases and all of that.
Yeah, for sure.
So, yeah.
Well, look, I'm glad it must be a weight off your shoulders, and that's a good thing to see. I wanted to talk to you this morning as well about just really to glean some knowledge from you, your experience of, in particular, AI scams. We've seen quite a few quite sophisticated scams of late. And again, as usual, it's a numbers game. The more people you try to drag money out of, the more chance you have of getting money. In this environment as well, we're all feeling a little bit uncertain, aren't we? It's a very odd time. The rain has increased that, I suppose. So the authorities have been at pains to warn the public to take the little bit of extra care right now. But AI is pervasive. It's everywhere. We're all using it. How is it changing the scale and the sophistication of the scams in your eyes, in your view?
So earlier this month, I think on the 16th of March, Interpol issued a report. It's a very exhaustive report, which says that AI-backed scam have increased multiple fold, and they are 4.5 times more profitable than scams using other.
And 4.5 times more
profitable. Yeah.
Wow.
And what this says very interesting is that now they are so. So what they do is that from the recce to the ransom, they can do everything for you.
Really?
Yeah.
You can automate your scam.
Yeah. So which is scary now. I mean, we were struggling with deep fakes and all of that during COVID, but now how they have increased is like, it's really scary. I mean, I have some figures I can share with you. 1 second.
Yeah, please do. I mean, it just strikes me that it's everywhere at the moment.
So this is from what the Interpol said, that AI-enhanced fraud is 4.5 times more profitable than traditional methods, with agentic AI systems capable of autonomously planning and executing entire fraud campaigns, from recce to ransom demands. So you don't have to actually do anything. The AI will do it for you.
So this is as simple as somebody saying to, pick your own AI engine, just saying, look, I want to create a scam, and you prompt it to do it for you. I don't respect criminal behavior, don't get me wrong here, but I have a certain regard for, a really impressively planned, methodical approach to anything. So I sort of see that. But this strikes me as being really lazy criminality.
Well, what we have seen is that
as clever as it is,
they are very good. I mean, if you look at the UAE, would you know how many cyber crime attempts does the country thwart every single day? Make a guess.
I know it's going to be higher than I could imagine.
200,000
every day,
every single day.
Wow.
I mean, so these are, and most of them, unfortunately, are state-sponsored. But this is what the UAE, and I'm so glad that we have the UAE Cybersecurity Council, which is blocking these attacks every single day and keeping residents safe. And these attacks are coming from 14 different countries every single day.
200,000.
Yeah. So if you do it by number of hours or whatever, it's like I don't know how many every few hours.
Well, that's. I've got to go sit and do some maths.
Yeah.
I need a calculator to do that. But that's unbelievable. And that could be as simple as somebody trying to hack watching keystrokes on your phone because there's a bot there and it's trying to get into your bank account, to scams the likes of which I can't really envisage. There's all sorts.
So again, I have some stats in front of me. So there were 12,000 Wi-Fi breaches that accounted for 35% of the number of accounts.
Okay.
And ransomware increased by almost 32%. So 72% of UAE businesses were targeted. It's like 1 out of every 3.
A ransomware is like a program that attaches on your computer,
Yeah,
isn't
yeah,
it? And,
yeah.
yeah, okay. Holds your computer to ransom.
Yeah. And of course, investment scam were the second most common, with about 40,000. So what happens with investment scam? The number of people who file complaints is very less compared to the actual numbers. But these are actual figures by like an official data. So 40,000 individuals lost money to investment scams, mostly driven by AI and cyber fraud and all of that, in 2024. And and what is even more striking is that the number of individual losses of victims in the UAE is higher than the global average. I don't know how much the global average is, but individually it is $80,000 per victim.
As high as that. Okay.
Yeah, it is scary.
Well, my impression of this is that it's a numbers game, and the more people you hit, it's like telephone sales. The more phone calls you make, the more sales you're going to make, and it's a very similar. You can very easily draw a parallel there. But if you're managing to glean $80,000 as an average from a victim, that seems to me a lot higher than perhaps it would be if it was a pure numbers game almost anywhere else in the world. That's a serious issue.
See, the thing is that these numbers are just statistics. They don't tell stories. They don't talk about the heartbreak
It's
or
not the personal
trauma
side, is it? Yeah,
or the personal tragedies. Okay, we look at the numbers and say 34%, 35%. But if you look at these individual stories that I see almost every day, it is heartbreaking. People coming to the office and have lost everything. They haven't told their families. These are money set aside for the child's education. Money set aside. We spoke to someone I think about last fortnight. So he has set aside money for his brother's dialysis. I spoke to a woman who was from Russell Khema and she is suffering from cancer, and she was falling short of treatment. And these people encouraged her to invest in online trading, and she thought she can quickly make some money. And now she's lost all of it. So this is it's quite sad, but
It's hard to quantify the human cost, isn't it?
there's no way you can do it. Yeah.
I mean, you write a piece for Khalij Times, and it's very much based on the mechanics of it and the headline figure, but it's very hard to get across that that human cost, isn't it?
See, even if I write a good story, I describe their emotions, but I don't have the words to portray effectively the sheer the shock on their face, or the tears that they have in their eyes, or the fear, the uncertainty that they're facing. People have turned suicidal. They go into depression.
No, it is very difficult. I've been in a situation where I've lost a large amount of money, and it's a very difficult thing to come through.
And the thing you said about the calls, so what is happening with these online forex companies?
Right.
So what they have done is that they have set up call centers not just in the UAE but across the subcontinent, where they are buying data of individuals, and you can buy data of people, and then they have actually seen those sheets that they have. So it says very clearly, if a customer says, "I'm not interested," this is what you have to say. If the customer says, "Call you back," this is how you have to engage them.
That's the pitch. That's the written pitch, isn't it?
It's a written pitch.
Yeah.
And it is very persuasive. And imagine if you have multiple call centers and each has about 100 people calling, throughout the day, the likelihood of someone falling for it is very high. And what they do is that they encourage you to invest with a small amount of money. And you can say, okay, let's try for $300. What am I going to lose? It's $300 or 1,300 dirhams. So when you put in the money, you will immediately see your money gone from 300 to 500 or 600. So you're very encouraged to invest. That is how they do. They have a whole software designed to simulate profits on the screen. And because when they're very good at their job, I would say. So right now when they're calling, You know what the pitch they're using? The pitch is the situation in the Middle East. This is uncertain times. Oil is going up, oil is going down. This is the time.
Yeah,
Before that, it was Ukraine war. And what they're saying is not wrong, but the intent is wrong.
Well, this is the thing. I called a scam recently. I was doom scrolling on Instagram, and there was a scam, and it was His Excellency Mohammed Alaba, the founder of Imar. It's a deep fake, and he's talking about some investment scheme, and then there's a number. So I thought I'm just going to call. So I called, and I get somebody who she was being very persuasive. Clearly, there was a written pitch trying to get me to pay. I think it was 900 dirhams, and then I would make so and so much a month, whatever it was. Far too good to be true. She then called me back, and I said, "Look, I don't want to take part." I'd got fed up with it by this point because it wasn't really making sense. And then she said, "Well, what can I do?" And I said, "Well, get your manager to call me," thinking nobody would call. A manager, I don't know who it was, calls me, and I said, "Look, I'm not going to do this because I don't believe this is a real thing." And he was clearly quite a smart guy. He was very polite. And he said, "Well, thank you. You're missing out on an opportunity," and put the phone down. But they're very, very impressive schemes, and you can see why they look like they're legitimate.
Yeah, especially with deepfake. I mean, as you mentioned, so they are using rulers as well as important individuals.
Yeah.
And because if something is endorsed by them, it gets some kind of legitimacy.
Yeah.
And deepfake is so good, especially with AI and images, like you have seen in the current situation right now. We have seen so many videos which are from some other country. Oh, this is happening in Dubai. And they are so good. Like my mom, so what she was telling me is that, Burj Khalifa has been covered with a cloak to hide it. Really? You can see it right there. So no. And you know what she showed me? It was a work of genius, So, of course, AI and God knows what. So they showed that a big cloak has covered Burj Khalifa to hide it. I said, well, this is not true. But I know where she's coming from. And I mean, they are so good that people fall for it.
Yeah, no, we do. We're really short on time, unfortunately. But just look, you have been reporting on these scams. What would you say, just to sort of warn people? What would your advice be?
See, there are no straight-jacketed approach that I would say. But again, if something looks too good to be, this is the single most and it always works.
What are the warning signs people should look out for?
See, guaranteed profit, that's the most important thing.
Yeah.
And of course, you need to physically go and verify their office and see if it's a meeting room or a legitimate office. And most importantly, whether they have the license from ESCA. I mean, you can have a license from DD, which a grocery shop can also have the same license. But is your license, doesn't the activity mention that you are authorized to take money? So that's the most important thing. You need to see whether it is regulated by authorities here, not in some Caribbean island or some...
Well, if you have a nice office here, or you seem to have a nice office here, you should have a license here to have that nice office. That's how it works.
But the license should be from the regulatory body. A lot of people, what they do is that they get a license from DED, which is the same the way economic department, and they show it. But that is not a license you need to conduct financial...
It doesn't match the activities. Yeah, okay. And you have, this is important to point out, isn't it? You have the right, if you're dealing with somebody, do you have the right to ask to see a trade license, don't you?
Absolutely.
And that's kind of a difficult thing to ask. And in fact, trade licenses should be displayed in the offices. Yeah.
And those licenses should be from a regulatory body in the country, not in some other country, so that if you lose the money, you have someone to... Cheers here.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. There's a trail. Well, look, it's good to see you. It's good to see that there's a little bit less weight on the shoulders.
Yeah,
of course.
Thankfully,
with these scams, but keep up the fight, I guess. Mazhar Faruqi is an investigative journalist, and he writes for Khalij Times here in the UAE. Thanks for coming in, Maz.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
Good morning, it's 11:30 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Oil prices rose, bonds fell, and stocks were mixed at the start of trading in Asia today. U.S. crude WTI rose above $114 a barrel, overtaking Brent for the first time in years. This unusual move shows growing stress in oil markets. Brent traded over $111, while UAE Murban crude climbed over $115. Traders want barrels that can bypass the Strait of Hormuz. Analysts say the market is worried about how oil can be delivered, not just supplied. Tensions in the Middle East, especially involving Iran, are keeping energy markets on edge. Dubai Chamber of Commerce reports that over 2,700 new companies joined in March, showing the city's strong appeal to investors. The real estate, renting, and business services sector led, with 41%, followed by trading and services at 30%, construction at 15%, and social and personal services at 9%. Officials say that this growth reflects decades of efforts to make Dubai a top destination for business. Mohammed Ali Rashid Luta, CEO of Dubai Chambers, says the Emirates' resilience and global connection help it create new opportunities across sectors. Dubai's Roads and Transport Authority has introduced dedicated sensory rooms at Al Satwa and Oud Meta metro stations for individuals with autism. These rooms offer a calm and supportive environment, helping people with sensory sensitivities travel more comfortably. The initiative is part of RTA's commitment to making public transport accessible and inclusive for all, including people of determination and their families. Officials say this move reflects Dubai's vision to be a city that caters to everyone, reinforcing its leadership in inclusive urban mobility. And now a quick market and currency update. Bitcoin today is trading slightly over $69,000, and for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.31 Indian rupees, 75.92 Pakistani rupees, 33.35 Bangladeshi taka, 16.49 Philippine peso, 14.80 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.85 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk. Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
It's the morning drive at Mira Business FM. Truth versus rumours, the economic price of a lie. Misinformation isn't just noise, it's actually a real economic threat. From arrests over fake content to official denials shaking investor confidence, the UAE is drawing a clear line. But what does it mean for businesses, for reputations and trust in our digital-first economy? That's the question we're going to be considering, as well as the cost of misinformation, with Dr. Najla Al-Fataisi, who is a leading AI expert and professor from the Canadian University of Dubai. And with me now, it's good to meet you, Dr. Najla.
Good to meet you too, and thank you for having me.
You're very welcome. It's good to be able to talk to you about this because there is so much to say. What I want to do, first of all, is to try and break down how tech and trust and business kind of collide, particularly at times, like where we are now. We've seen something like 100 arrests linked to misinformation during the regional conflict. Can you put into context, first of all, how serious this is from a business risk perspective?
I would say it's an extremely serious and emerging business risk. That shows that misinformation is no longer just a communication issue, but it's a bigger issue that affects a lot of things, such as public order in the UAE, where the market is very dependent as well on tourism, which is also affected, and investor confidence. Specifically, when we talk about markets such as the UAE, we would say that reputation as well as stability are key. And false narratives can quickly translate into real economic consequences, which is a big problem that we're seeing right now, specifically with the current geopolitical tensions that are happening in the UAE and the region.
I mean, it's something that, historically, conflict situations amplify anyway, but it's just the delivery methods, isn't it? It's the channels that we see. It's delivered to your device, if you like. And it's understanding just how much there is of that. And we'll get into that a little bit later on. But what we're seeing is businesses having to pivot to kind of a holding pattern. I keep using that phrase, but it's true. Investors are scrutinizing every headline at the moment. So, the role of AI in generating, but also policing the misinformation, this huge quantity of misinformation, it's kind of become, it's like the central theme of the moment, isn't it?
Unfortunately.
Yeah, it's remarkable with the amount of stuff that is just nonsense. In an increasingly AI-driven economy, why is fake news now classified as a top tier, if you like, economic threat, rather than just, it's just noise, it's just social media?
I would say we're very much dependent on technology nowadays. People get their news now from TikTok, Instagram, social media, where back in the day they would get their news from news articles and newspapers where journalists would have to verify the content, verify their sources, but not so much anymore. So they get their news from technology platforms. And then we have artificial intelligence that makes it very easy for people to fake any type of news. So the barriers to create false information are very low. So we've got deep fakes where it's easy for anyone in the public to generate fake videos, fake images, false narratives, and it can easily spread. It spreads as fast as the platform. So people from different parts of the world would be able to get that information, false information that is, from wherever they are. So it doesn't mean that false information spreading, let's say, in the UAE would not be able to get to people in other continents as well. So it's easily spreadable.
And it's the speed of it, isn't it, as well? The authorities would contend that false content can stir public opinion and can spread rumours. And as you point out, the sources of those are either there is no source or they're dubious anyway. But that can really impact markets and consumer behaviour immediately.
That's very true and very unfortunate as well. So it can spread as fast as a couple of hours where we have false claims that are able to trigger a lot of different things such as panic buying, booking cancellations, and late investments, for example. So people would not be as willing to go through with an investment or a booking or travel plans as they would before because we've got a rapid shift in consumer sentiment.
One of the things that's occurred to me over the last kind of 3 or 4 weeks, or was kind of crystallized over the last 3 or 4 weeks, is the reaction of the government to content online. And we know that there is a need, not so much to regulate, but to watch what's being posted. Maybe there's a need to regulate. Maybe that's not strong enough on my point, on my behalf there. But what's become really apparent is just the quantity of information. I see things all the time, like, breaking news, this is happening, and I'm like, oh, but it's just not true. The dramatic music in the background. The point I'm trying to make is, how do you get across to people when you've got your device and you sat there and you've got 5 minutes and a cup of coffee in your hand, and how do you stop people from spreading the nonsense? Because it looks so great. What is it in us that we need to be able to switch off?
I think we have to be more aware. So spreading awareness on how to verify content that we see online and on the news.
That's the verification aspects of this. You said just now And this is how it used to be. Certainly when I was first in this kind of role, it was always about sources, the two sources, and there was this need for balance. But that's kind of gone now. It's just being first, isn't it?
Yes. I think there is only so much that the government can do because they cannot really control what comes out in platforms. And I think they have to work hand in hand, governments as well as platforms. So sometimes now you see content coming out, for example, on Instagram, where it would say this type of content is false. So it would give you a little disclaimer that whatever video is posted is not actually true. So we are seeing a bit of a shift where platforms are taking a bit of responsibility and verifying the type of content that's being posted. So I think it's a lot of different people, such as governments, platforms, and the public who have to all have more awareness to be able to look at sources and verify for themselves and check for fake news.
See, in my head, I'm thinking, I'm trying to be really balanced about it, that it's down to the platforms and it's down to the government and it's down to us. But there are lots of people who would say, well, if the government gets involved, that's taking away freedoms. Or if the platforms are involved, they're just trying to share our data and keep our money. And I can share whatever I like. But there has to be a way of finding a way of working together. Because unfortunately, or fortunately maybe, we all have to live together.
Is it fortunate or unfortunate? Or both?
I'm not sure where I'm going with that. But you know what I mean? It's the idea of this utopian world where we all get on and we love each other. But it has to happen at some point because it goes too far in the wrong direction, I think is my point I'm trying to make to back up what you said earlier. One thing that we know is that the UAE has drawn a really clear line. I said this just now, but its update to the anti-rumor laws, for example. From an AI perspective, how difficult is it for the authorities to trace the origin of a synthetic rumor, an online rumor, once it goes viral on platforms? Because platforms are encrypted, so it's very hard to find the source, I'm guessing. Or can you?
It's not too hard for a government such as the UAE.
Oh, okay. So what can you tell me about that without having to shoot me, as it were?
Well, there are a lot of different departments within the government for cybersecurity, so they're very easily able to trace back whatever type of content, where it comes from, and verify whether it's true and who's the person who actually initiated that type of post, for example. So it's not too difficult for our government here.
Okay. That's kind of good to know, I think. At the moment, governments have had to step in. They've had to deny claims. You mentioned this just now about restrictions on investments or investor funds, for example. What does that say to the rest of us about how misinformation can directly hit economic confidence, consumer confidence?
It's pretty easily happening, and we are seeing that happen today, where investors are losing confidence in markets, where they would not like to put their money where they see a market that seems to be volatile. But one thing to keep in mind, if we're specifically talking about the UAE, it's a very resilient country, and specifically Dubai as well, it's very resilient. So even though they were having a lot of tensions, geopolitical ones, there's conflict in the area, it will come back. It will have a big comeback.
I don't mean to make light of this, but I keep looking out of the window because I'm aware that there's another thunderstorm. That's what's bothering me today.
The rain?
The rain, because I know I'm going to get home and there's going to be a flood in the living room. I'm worried that might be. But
It's still going to be nice.
No, well, who knows? But that's kind of it. We know that. We understand the resilience. The problem for all of us is, look, we all carry a really powerful computer in our pockets in this form, this kind of slab of form, pretty much all the time these days. For most of us, in the morning, what's the first thing we do? If we're really honest, we probably check our phone before the coffee in the morning these days. From an AI standpoint, from your experience standpoint, how much of this misinformation problem is amplified just by the fact that this is where we turn to first in the morning?
It's very much amplified by AI, particularly, because it's very easy to create fake videos, images, and anyone can do it from the comfort of your own home. Before, it would be more experts and researchers who are able to create deep fakes. But now we have a lot of different platforms, as simple as an app that you download on your phone and create a fake video. And people get, and very unfortunate that they get a joy out of it, creating fake videos, spreading false news, and causing havoc, I guess, within the public. And it makes it very difficult for the naked eye and the public generally to be able to distinguish between real and fabricated content.
How do you distinguish? Or I mean, that line is increasingly blurred, isn't it, between the real and the not real? Is it just, do governments need to just be enhancing public awareness? Is it advertising? Is it parental? Should parents be, training their children more? Is it something that schools should be doing, universities should be doing? Or is it our responsibility? I don't know where that starts.
I think it's everyone's responsibility. A lot of people just put the responsibility on the government, saying it's their job to protect us. But it's, like you said, it's parents' jobs to raise awareness within their household. It's also universities' jobs to let students know how to verify fake news, for example. So I teach at the Canadian University, and this is one of the things that we do talk about constantly, me and the students, where they have to verify content that they're seeing online. They shouldn't be very trusting of anything that's out there. I let them know that artificial intelligence is a very powerful tool, but has to be used very responsibly and ethically. So we do focus very much at the university on ethical uses of artificial intelligence. We teach students how to use it, but also let them know that they have to be very aware of the negatives at the same time as they are aware of the positives. So I would, in a nutshell, it's everyone's job.
I always think we kind of point towards students as the people that spread this misinformation, but I wonder if students are probably, from what you're saying there, I think students are probably more cynical, more aware that there is nonsense online. I wonder if it's older generations seeing something on Facebook and thinking, oh, that's so awful. You see it so much that things spread like wildfire, and it's not the young generation necessarily doing that. It's a responsibility on all of us, I guess. Let me ask you a little bit, Dr. Najla, about businesses in the UAE, how you feel they're prepared when it comes to dealing with reputational damage from this kind of viral information that we see.
I would say they're not fully ready at the moment because conventional PR does not work the same as it used to. They have to be more actively trying to address the issues that are coming out when it comes to, like you mentioned, reputational damage.
Because these issues aren't going away, are they?
No, they could be increased, if anything. Yeah, we're going to be seeing more and more of this because AI-driven misinformation is spreading like wildfire, if not even worse, actually. So I would say companies need to be very aware of the issues and try to address them not when the problem appears, but before the problem actually appears. So having not just what they already have, potentially like crisis communication plans, but to be equipped firsthand how to handle these type of issues as they arise and before they arise.
How do you equip yourself to deal with, an unseen threat? I mean, is it as simple as, working on scenarios, or do you need to have certain people in place? How do businesses do that?
I would say having advanced monitoring what kind of content comes out online, specifically if it has to do with the organization itself, and also to have fast response mechanisms.
Okay.
So anything that comes out, they need to be rapidly aware and trying to make rectifying, essentially.
I suppose some organizations can be a little bit, what's the right way to put this, tone deaf at times.
I thought you were looking for a nice way to put this.
Nothing came to mind, but there are times when you think that launch probably wasn't the best time. Maybe you could have thought that through. So it's an awareness thing, isn't it, for organizations? It's understanding that, okay, we'll do this at another time. It's a difficult one. Do you know, I was thinking about talking to you today, and one of the things that hit me was the amount of misinformation that we face. If you were to sit on Instagram for 10 minutes, doom scrolling through reels, half of them are entertaining, the other half are just nonsensical, really. Exactly right. Brand hijacking, for example, AI, and this is a phrase I wanted to ask you because I wasn't aware of the phrase. This is where AI mimics a company's official spokesperson to release fake earnings or safety alerts. That's a thing that happens. As you point out, a way of creating havoc because it amuses you for some reason, something that we all have to be aware of. But once a digital bell like that has rung, how do you go about recovering a reputation if something like that happens to you? We don't see it to a great extent in this region, but these are issues, aren't they?
Yes, very much. I would say even though AI was part of the problem in the scenario that you just mentioned, it has to also be part of the solution.
Sure. How does it become part of the solution, though? Because, 50% of us want to, have a pop at somebody, and 50% of us want to support somebody. We live in a really divided world. So it's harnessing AI in the right way, but it's also the will, isn't it, to harness artificial intelligence.
So companies need to embrace the technology. So they would see it as a problem where, people are, like you mentioned, creating fake videos of, for example, their spokespeople, but they have to move fast to be able to fix that issue by using artificial intelligence and detecting these fake videos, and then acting fast, releasing statements and working on rectifying brand image.
So that's the role that AI should play, but it's also understanding how to use AI. It's funny, I was out the weekend, I was having lunch with somebody, there's a bunch of us, and we were doing something on AI, I forget what it was, but the guy opened his phone, it was ChatGPT, and he was typing in, and a friend of mine was sat there, and he said, "You're using ChatGPT like an idiot. Let me show you how to use it." But it kind of crystallized it for me, because it's how you utilize the technology. And these are the things that we're seeing online all the time at the moment. You should be AI certified for your LinkedIn profile and all of this stuff. But it is as simple as understanding how to use AI to your ends, hopefully positive ends, isn't it? But that's what we've got to be teaching people, because there should be an inbuilt kind of not complete trust mechanism, because AI can be wrong.
Very much can be very wrong.
Yeah.
We are seeing now where in the UAE, kids as young as in elementary school have to have compulsory courses where they have to study artificial intelligence in classes.
Okay.
I was sitting with my cousin this weekend. She's about 8 years old, and she was asking, like, "What do you?" She thought I'm a real doctor, like medical doctor. And I was telling her,
you are a real doctor. You're just not a medical doctor.
I told her not that type of doctor. It's an AI doctor. I think she thinks I'm a fake doctor.
Oh, there you go.
I'll go with that. And she said, "I know everything I need to know about AI." And the way she sees it is that they're taking these courses in school. Of course, it's not enough for an 8-year-old to know everything about AI.
For sure.
But they're starting them early. And I think that would be part of the solution, teaching people as young as 8 or even younger how to use artificial intelligence, because they are using ChatGPT, they are having conversations with these type of platforms, but letting them know how to use it and also making them very much aware, even though it might be a little bit difficult to teach as young as 7 years old, AI hallucinations, where do not take everything that it says as holy grail.
Well, exactly right. And but there's an element, isn't there, of understanding that AI at the moment is a little bit like being a researcher. You know, you're using it for maybe an opinion. I use AI when I'm writing an interview or writing points for an interview, and I'll usually sit there and think, well, I want to ask this, and this, and I might feed that into whichever Gemini, whatever I'm using at the time. Have I missed anything? And very often it will come up with a couple of things like, oh, that's an interesting point. I should put that forward. But I look upon that not as cheating in terms of it's not writing the interview for me, but it's just good research. And that's just good practice. So I guess if we get that across to people as young as your cousin, your 8-year-old cousin, that's a pretty good place to start, isn't it?
I agree. I think it's not something that we should teach the kids not to use because it is cheating, but we have the need to teach them how to use it responsibly and letting them know that it can be a very good tool in helping you, whether it's verifying the homework that you have done is right or not. So right now, I do see a lot of students, for example, at university where they would use these tools to do their assignments, copy and paste. So I do get emails such as dear, and then in brackets, insert name. And then the content, and then regards, insert name. Sometimes they don't check, so they send that email. Sometimes they would check, and then afterwards, after it's sent, and then send me another email with my name inserted into that. But we can't avoid it anymore. It's just not something we can live without because it's there.
We've got to kind of train that out of people. What do you do when you get emails like that with dear insert name, yours sincerely insert name? And what's your response as a professor?
It's hilarious, actually. I find it really funny. And then the week after, let's say when we have a lecture, I would address the entire class, not individuals, and let them know that they need to be they need to check at least, proofread whatever emails they send and everything that they use within artificial intelligence. So now when I give them assignments, I don't tell them don't use AI, but I would tell them it's okay to use it, but I would put a factor in there that they would have to do themselves. For example, like recording a video talking about the project that they worked on.
Right.
Because I would be able to detect if it was a deep fake type of video.
So not naming and shaming, but they know who they are.
Yeah, they know.
Yeah, okay. Do you think that there are strict rules on content here and, influencers and the kinds of content you can promote, the kinds of brands you can work with? There's regulation about that. But do you think stricter regulation of content online will help businesses, or do you think does it create new challenges?
It would do both. It would help businesses as well as create challenges. We need to be introducing compliance, but it would make companies have to navigate legal boundaries more carefully, specifically when it comes to content moderation and how to communicate. So it would be both, essentially.
I mean, the problem is the horse has bolted, hasn't it? So where do you even start when it comes to something like this? It's open, isn't it? We're in we're in a conflict situation at the moment. Tensions are heightened. People are more concerned than usual. But for investors outside of this region looking in, how damaging do you think? Because it's more in your face now that fake news, the kinds of obviously fake news, or the insidious nature of some of the videos, some of the content that we're seeing. How damaging is that to perception versus the reality of the situation for investors looking here?
Very, I would say very very damaging. In an example, let's say if there were fake news spreading, and because it's very exciting type of fake news, it would arrive internationally to people in different continents. Let's say if we are here in the UAE, sorry. Your accent's throwing me off.
Yeah, there you go.
So being here in the UAE, we might get news from the government saying that this type of news is fake, but that might not reach the international audience. when it comes to investors, for example. So that would increase the perceived risk and influence investment.
Good afternoon, it's 12 p.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Dubai municipality will open 35 new parks this year, investing about 350 million dirhams. The parks will cover over 340,000 square meters and serve 23 residential communities. This move is part of the Dubai Parks and Greenery strategy under the Dubai 2040 Urban Master Plan. It also aligns with the Blue and Green Spaces Roadmap 2030. The new parks opening will expand public spaces, enhance well-being, and strengthen community ties across the city. Dubai has approved new economic measures letting hotels and businesses defer key fees for 3 months. The move, announced by His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Crown Prince of Dubai, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense of the UAE, is in effect from April 1st, 2026. Hotels can postpone sales fees on rooms and food, plus the tourism dirham fees. The relief covers hotels, hotel apartments, and holiday homes. Other businesses can now defer license fees, service charges, announcement fees, waste management, and more. Authorities said updates will be provided at the end of the 3-month period, helping ease short-term cost pressures across the economy. The UAE has entered the world's top 10 exporting countries according to the latest World Trade Organization report. This achievement highlights the UAE's role as a key hub in international supply chains. Goods and services trade rose from about $950 billion in 2021 to over $1.5 trillion in 2025. Exports now make up more than half of the goods trade, while services exports reached 61%. The growth gave the UAE a trade surplus of 584 billion dirhams last year. Dr. Thaniel Zayudi, Minister of Foreign Trade, says this success shows the UAE's strong economy and global competitiveness. The country plans to expand its trade network, helping Emirati exporters reach new markets. Oil prices rose, bonds fell, and stocks were mixed at the start of trading in Asia today. U.S. crude WTI rose above $114 a barrel, overtaking Brent for the first time in years. This unusual move shows a growing stress in oil markets. Brent traded above $111, while UAE Murban crude climbed over $115. Traders want barrels that can bypass the Strait of Hormuz. Analysts say the market is worried about how oil can be delivered, not just supplied. Tensions in the Middle East, especially involving Iran, are keeping energy markets on edge. That's the news for now. Follow more news on WhatsApp and Telegram. This is Mira Business FM.